Greetings, my beloved brothers and sisters. How do you this day of your time, eh? Brilliant galaxy that you are. You are all, stars in the heavens of this your earth. Your terrestrial heaven. Indeed. What is this? I desire to be equal and even unto you, eh? Indeed, my beloved brother. I am equal to you, and you are equal to that which be I. Understand, that which is your genetic heritage is of God. That which is of you, your children, your forefathers, that which created the universe is all that is indeed. That is your heritage. That which you call God. That which you call you. Now, we will speak this day of your time about that which you call your forefathers, the elders as they are called, and the star battles and the civilizations and Atlantean culture and all of this. Indeed, it is to be a very compacted day, as we call it. However, before we begin this, I wish you to understand that with which we are bringing forth the message. That which you are stimulating within you, the memories, the knowingness, piercing the veil of forgetfulness, to bring forth into your outer consciousness, to taste it, to smell it, to feel it, to see it, to know it, that which you are. And you are all God. Now, as we issue forth this understanding, you will call forth in that which you call your Grand Quran, you call your Bible. The beginning of the beginnings of humanity. That which you call Genesis. What be Genesis, eh? It is an anagram. Gene of Isis. And in this tale, this gene of Isis, as it was brought forth, it was a ray of light issued from the civilizations that are coming yet upon your plane to reinstitute a new genesis, a new birthing, a new tale of humanity that is God and knows it is God. This that you call the awareness that was spun forth into the light rays of atom, not Adam, atom, to bring forth the life upon this plane, was that which was the creation of a chromosome within a crystalline understanding of the pineal gland within your brain. You know, my beloved brothers and sisters, that which is 90-degree angle within your skull brings forth 4 lobes, 4 quadrants within your brain. Indeed. And that which you are aware of is that which you call the cortex within your brain, carries within it the fluid, the stream, the eternal fountain of the perception of what I speak to you this day of your time. As you stimulate it, you will know this as a truth for you. Now, carry forth the awareness as you bring forth further and further unveilings unto yourself. You will allow emotions to run forth, rivers, tears, the waters of light to stream forth upon the softness of your cheek, and indeed nourish yourselves with their salt. Allow this to come forth. For as it comes forth and flows, you allow the fountain of this river within the cortex to flow within every cell of your being. Indeed, there is a channel, a hole, if you would call it that, between your crown area down into your pineal gland. This is the corridor of communication. This indeed is that which allows the flow of energy to come forth. And as it comes forth, It issues forth a penetration into this chromosome within the crystalline understanding of your pineal gland, stimulates it and creates conscious awareness. It indeed allows it to resonate within every other cell of your body. Yea, every cell of your body becomes aware and allows you to flow with the awareness of your godhood. That which is gene of Isis was the institution of feminine receptive energy within this your planet, within Mother Earth. That is why she is a mother, because she herself is of the essence of female energy. Indeed, as this pineal gland becomes stimulated, it is receptive of the energies of all that is. And you allow yourself to receive it, be penetrated by the masculine solar energy, that which is the Son of God, and allow yourself to become the created immaculate conception, that which you call the Messiah. Do you know what the Messiah is? It is an anointed one. What is anointed? Your crown. It becomes in glorious illustration of that which is your Christ. You place the crown upon your very being and walk in sovereign dominion of all that is, that you create as a God, that you bring forth from the universe of you. And as you create it, you love it, you love it, you love it. For in the love is the creation, and in the creation is the love. It is a constant flow of is this called Isis. Do you know what Isis is? It is duplicity of is. Is. And that which is the polarities, male, female, masculine, feminine, good, bad, if you will, negative, positive, will come to know no polarity at all as it intertwines into the conceptive configuration of isness, of Isis, becoming God, partaking of sovereignty, placing the crown upon the breast of that which be you. And as it issues forth through your breast into that which is the all that is, your dominion becomes apparent to everyone upon the plane. You will glow, you will resonate, you will be the Christ in illustration, and anoint those that come before you, and indeed awaken that which is their cellular memory as well, because their cells will resonate to your cells. And so it goes in the unveiling of that which you call the new age, the era of God aware. Now, do you know that which you call the grand land of Israel? Many have called this that you call your nation, the new Israel, the new Jerusalem. But do you know from whence this word came? Israel is also an anagram. Isis Ra Elohim. Isis, the female energy. Ra, the male energy. Elohim, the God I am awareness that interconnects and transmutes the polarities into wholeness, into holiness, if you will. Now, Israel was not originally a land, although it came to be known as a land within that which is your eastern countries, was originally a craft, a mothership was called Israel. And also from that which you call your Pleiades came forth a mothership called Jerusalem, and established within the kingdom upon the land of your plain, that which you call the nation of Israel, an illusion called Jerusalem. But Jerusalem was not a city as we know it. It was a resonance, and the vibration within your world that was the exact vibration to that which was the mothership came to be known as Jerusalem. Now, as you all issued forth as the peoples of the lands of Atlantis, Israel Jerusalem within Israel, and that which you call the motherland of Lyra, which we will discuss later in your time. The elders, as they established the peoples, the colonizations upon this hill plain, you will all become aware of a vague urgency to do something, to go somewhere, to be of assistance somehow, but you do not know exactly how it eludes you. And many of you would consider life as that which is a grand search for the perfect manila envelope in which to file yourself, to place yourself in a certain alphabetical order to know where you are. But you know, my beloveds, that which is the stirring within you to come forth into a newness of life, a change, a transition, is not only in what you do, but what you are. You will not be third density God man. You will be fourth density God man. And you will allow yourself to transmute this God man into God light. You will become living light. And then you will become thought vibration, the ultimate isness of all that is, the emanating thought of creation. And therefore you will become in the capacity to transport yourself through thought vibration, to precipitate out of the atoms of the atmosphere that which is your thought, to transmute base metals into gold, the ultimate alchemy. Now, as you become all in the journey of the seeking, you will notice a restlessness within your beingness. You will notice that which is omnidirectional, sight, perception. You wish to go in all directions at once. You experience that which you term to be confusion, and you give it a negative vibration. Do you know what is confusion? Confusion. Fusion with all that is. It is not negative. It is grand, to be sure. And when you allow it to perceive with clarity this confusion, this confusion, you will become multidimensionally aspected, aware of all the dimensions in which you exist, all that which you are doing, existing within, experiencing, garnishing the wisdom of, enlightening yourself with. You will be consciously aware of it, and it will all spew forth from this gene of Isis, this chromosome within you that is being stimulated every moment of your being upon this plane. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because there is a ray that is encircling your planet now. It is called the violet ray. And it indeed is transmuting the resonance within your atoms. There is a microcosm within your being and a macrocosm within that which you call this your world. Every atom within the consciousness of Mother Earth is also being stimulated to become aware. And that is why there is such transition within your scientific awareness, within that which you call your religious structure, your bureaucratic structure. It is all becoming stimulated because of the violet ray encircling your plane, issued forth from your sun, ultraviolet to be sure. It is no accident your ozone is opening to allow more ultra beyond your physical spectrum of light to penetrate this plane. Ultraviolet rays are not damaging. Ultraviolet rays are the rays of God that issue forth to transmute your beingness into that which is your awareness of beingness. Now, many of you bring forth much fear within your breast about that which is this transition, the rebirth of earth as it is called. And it is not that which you call to be feared, to be dreaded, no more than that grand event of celebration of bringing forth new life upon your plane is to be feared. It is a celebration. It is an event of cataclysmic proportions. Cataclysmic, indeed, in a wondrous manner. It will affect many dimensions beyond your perception. Many galaxies, many universes will be brought forth into new awareness. This that you call your land of earth, it is becoming a sun. It is becoming a star. as you all are within its own beingness. You are brightening yourselves, enlightening yourselves. And because you are atoms within her own consciousness, she herself is enlightening, becoming of higher vibration in the process of ascension, becoming a star, as it were, a son of God. She herself is crowning her own being with brightness. And that which you call the penetration of light upon your plane to be reflected back out into the universes through you. You are the transmitter. You are the receptor and reflector, the mirror, the crystal. Because that which is within your pineal gland, that which was placed by the original elders, as they are called, is crystalline in structure. It is not a mineral, it is tissue and crystalline formation. And it indeed is a spiral of energy within the cortex of this gland. Your scientists and your medical doctors have already understood that your pineal gland is the one gland within the endocrine system that when certain hormones are released within it and stimulated, will allow you to perceive telepathically, will allow you indeed to be in access of your energies that are beyond physical demonstration. Now, as you perceive this journey, it is of jubilee, it is of jubilant, it is of song and dance and delight. Truly, this may be experience of a dance and not dire circumstance. That which you call fear, that which you call trepidation, doubt, skepticism, doom and gloom, all of these vibrations are the polarity of that which is altered ego. You have heard of this, no? Indeed. Well, I will tell you a thing about altered ego, and we will discuss it further in this your day, later in your time. But that which is called altered ego is that which was altered in structure from the light ray, the original thought vibration, into light and into density to coagulate into physical matter in order to become God-man. It is necessary, it is vital. Bless it, for it gives you the opportunity to experience this glorious land of your world and all the stars within the heavens as you perceive them, bask within their brilliance as they glitter upon the darkened night of your time. That which you call altered ego is coming into transmutation as well. The polarity that you call black, of darkness, that you call negative, evil, bad, there are many labels for it. It comes unto that which will be the blessed awareness through your reflection, through your vibration within your own atoms of this awareness. It will come unto you and be shifted in the twinkling of an eye. It will become in knowing of that which it is. And in this knowing, it will become God. It will become into the rapture of its own beingness, of its own divinity. Therefore, it will not be of fearfulness, of trepidation, of that which you call grand separation. And it does this truly in a grand and glorious fashion upon your plane. And you will have an emphasis of dichotomy, an emphasis of polarity brought forth upon this your plane. That which is of unlimited perspective and that which is of limited perspective. And they shall come into mutual reflection of one another. And that which is the God I am beingness within the breast of those that are unlimited and perceive their unlimitedness will allow that which is limited to be reflecting of their unlimitedness, if they so choose to perceive it, if they unmask themselves of the blinders which they carry within their sight, within their perception of life. Now, as you issue forth this world into that which is the birthing of its new light, as you herald in the new age, the Aquarian era, as you indeed go forth within your own life in the changes that are to come in relationships, in that which is your experience, some would call it career, your busyness of the embodiment. And as you go forth into new and wondrous journeys upon the high seas of life. Partake of the joy within the breath of every moment. Breathe the life of God. Allow the gene of Isis, the Genesis within you, to be stimulated, to be excited with the adventure, to be allowing of that which is the enthusiasm, the exhilaration to be brought forth unto your own private journey. And as you do this, my beloved, as you take forth this joy, this celebration within life, you will begin bit by bit by bit to transmute this world into the violet ray, to allow it to become the star. Now, many of you will bring forth a remembrance of your dreams as they issue forth in your life. Allow yourself to understand that they are partaking of new vitality. You're remembering vaguely that which is shadow, but is not really shadow. It is your genetic heritage. You will allow yourself to perceive many times what you would call your future, but it is not your future. It is what you call your past, the technologies of your past. And you are remembering, yea, what really can be. And you are allowing that which is your perception of life to broaden a bit, and your horizons to be brilliant with new awareness. Many of you indeed are brought forth in feeling a bit out of place, that your families are not really your families, that somehow you are misplaced here and left behind, that indeed your brothers and your sisters are somehow adopted, or you are. And indeed, that which you call your ideas, as you bring them forth into communion with your brothers and sisters, they feel as though you are a bit a bubble off plum, as it were. And you have within you awakenings, rumblings within your belly, an urgency that is beginning to become a bit unsettling. For you are beginning to be aware of the limitations you have partaken of before in your time. And you are ready to get on with it, eh? Now, all of you in this room were part and parcel of that which is the lineage of the gene of Isis, or you would not be here. Allow yourself in your contemplation to bring forth this stimulation within your pineal gland and allow yourself to access what is it that you have come from. Allow yourself to access the civilizations and experiences from which you came, from which you were born. You need not that which be I to bring forth that which were the battles and civilizations of colonizations that came forth upon this plane, although I indeed will reflect it unto you. But you require no one. You are your own God. You have access to everything that ever was and ever will be, because it is all now anyway. And when you allow this, which is the energy, the fountain of love and light and life, to issue forth through unto this that you call your pineal gland, and spark within it the genesis of the crystal within it, you will become knowing, consciously knowing of the multidimensional experiences of which you partake. Now, would you desire an exercise? All right. Allow yourself to all become comfortable. This will be a brief one. For I desire you not to become independency and reliance to that which you call meditation. It is a joyous experience, but it is truly a limitation if it is relied upon. And it will be only that I bring this forth unto you, so that you may know how to bring it forth within yourself, that which is knowingness, that which is access, of which I will speak later this day of your time. All right. You may all do this 3 times. Rai. I know. Israel. I know. I am. I am. I am. So be it indeed. Now, that which was spoken were merely vibrations that stimulate your pineal. And when you have yourself in the state of awareness, when you allow yourself to resonate to those vibrations, place within your being a thought, a desire to know of whatever it is. You may ask yourself, where is home? Who am I? Tell me of 2 centuries ago, or 2 million years ago, or 2 million years hence, or what is 350 dimensions beyond this one in the now. I am not dogmatic about that which you call religion, about that which you call meditation, contemplation, quietude, ritual, or any of those sorts of things. I wish you to understand that you are the power source, and I give unto you that which are vibrations from time to time that will assist you. All right? All right. What they call it in your Bible, okie dokie. That's an unusual variant. At one time, I was of the impression that okie dokie was the female of that which is okay. Now I am in the understanding that maybe is in the female of okay. That which be I will bring forth my presence unto you at any moment you desire contemplation or communion with that which be I. But I tell you, I am an equal brother, no more. I am your equal, and you are my equal. We are one and the same reflection of eternal divinity, one unto the other. I honor you with all of my being. All that I am issues forth in this moment to give unto you all of life, light, and love. I spew unto you the blessings of the gods of the universe and the stars that be you. And as I do thus, the waters of living light come rushing forth to nourish you, to supplicate you, to assuage your wounds and heal your soul. I bless you, and I indeed revere you, for you are the children of God. You are the Christus, reborn in a new day, a new dawn, a new eternal now. And in this communion, as you contemplate that which be I, if there is ever a hint of that which be control, if there is ever an understanding that is other than the perspective of unconditional love, be sure and know that, my beloved brothers, that you do not have that which be I on the line. Indeed, I wish you all to merge with one another, contemplate, speak to one another about that which are your visions of where you have been in your before time, if you would desire to separate into the dimensions of past and future. I will allow you a short, brief respite of what you call about 1/2 hour or so of your time, although do not be limited by this, to share with one another. Become aware of how many of you have the exact same vision. And you will begin to understand the civilization that I will explain when I return. Civilization of an ancient land called Lyra. That is what some call it. The elders. Indeed, there were those that populated Lyra. They were called the Myces. Lyra came forth 22 million years ago or so of your time, and the Myces came forth to institute this universe about 175 million years ago of your time. However, we will speak of the Lyrians, that which you call the Pleiadians and the Orions, the Black League, and that which you understand as your Chinese, which came from the land of Saturn, and that which you call the land of Atlantis and Lemuria, the land of Pan, that which you call your ancient Hopi and Navajo, the Hawaii, this your southwest of your country, your Israel, that which you call the land of Europa, and how indeed this world came to be as it is in the heyday of your now. Sound exciting? In order to merge and blend consciousness with one another, I wish you to speak openly and evenly with a few of your brothers to understand the vision that you all as a whole have. All right? All right. Peoples of the earth unite, for there is a grand event about to occur. Fairly well for now. We will reunite very soon in your time. And also be aware that not all of you have been of the gender in that previous civilization as you are now. Allow your horizons to open, your field of vision to be unlimited. For indeed, you have not only been both male and female, you have been both at the same time on the same world. The soul is not limited by one embodiment, for the soul is all powerful. Namaste. Greetings, my beloved. That's what you call the respite, eh? This is where you all go to park, huh? Mm. I will tell you, he who laughs, laughs. That what you call your communion. How did you experience it? As an unlimited flow of brother to brother, star to star, light to light, as the river of experience of all that is? You have a tendency to allow that which is your clock face to become a grand limitation to you. As you come into the new birthing, you will understand that which is a time is that which is an experience of now. Every moment upon your clock face will be containing eternity. This is a time for you to begin to experience the releasing of the limitation, the widening and broadening of your horizons in this manner. And as you do thusly for yourself, you may do thusly also an exemplar unto one another. Give forth that which is demonstration unto your brethren, of that which is releasing of the slave driver called time. So what be this that you call history, huh? Heritage, ancient tapestry of your knowing. You all have vague memories that at times haunt you. And I will begin to unveil the mystery and unravel this tapestry for you. I will allow you to view into this mirror that which you already know. And there will be many of you that will usher forth with your streams of rivers of awareness and wisdom as it issues itself forward onto your cheeks. Because you have touched the truth within your own breast. You have awakened this genetic encoding within you to bring forth a genesis, a rebirth. Now, we will begin your history in that which you call about your 20 million years ago of your time. There was a system that is grand indeed. It is called the Lyrian system in the Vegan area of your heaven. Upon this world, there were grand and wondrous beings that were quite large in stature, as you would judge them to be. They were called Titans. They were 20 to 25 of your feet in height, and therefore, because of this, their worlds were quite different. There were larger bodies called planets, and indeed their lifespans were longer also. They had about 3,000 to 5,000 years of lifespan, generally in that time. And indeed, they were grand and wondrous in their display of power lust. Warriors, epitomized. And in this land, there came upon that which was the horizon technology. They unveiled the mysteries of life enough to develop the awareness of molecular structure and the understanding of light and the energy it contains thought vibration of God it contains, although they did not understand its divinity in that time. And they indeed interwove light beams to create that which you call laser and that which you call space technology. They had their craft that traveled upon light beams, but they had not understood hyperspace yet, beyond light speed, the speed of thought. They had interplanetary travel, and they established governments and colonies upon several of their planetary understandings. Local governments, to be sure. There was not that which you call a central body of government to integrate and unify the energies of the planet. And so you have many of that which you call warlords, many of that which you call power-thirsty entities for more and more conquering, and they sent forth armies, as it were, to dominionize other eras, other areas of your galaxy, other understandings of peoples that were not as developed as they. And they will enter this kingdom with a flash of brilliance and set their craft upon the ground, and they would utter a command. Their conditions were utter surrender. And indeed, they brought forth many peoples into their armies in this manner, and they became a grand body of warrior energy in this fashion. For the peoples that were of their dominion, that which were the ones that were ruled, indeed thought them gods. They were 25 feet or so in height. They had the understanding of that which is light technology. It came forth in their brilliance of the heavens in a blazing instant and swept the land with their power. What undeveloped peoples would not think this is a god? That which you call leaders, the alphabetic understanding in your verbiage of that which you call your ancient Hebrew is IHWH or YHWH. And it came to be known as translated into Yahweh. And indeed, that which you call the translation in Hebrew is Lord God, Lord of the mighty, and indeed became transliterated into God. That is what your Bible refers to when it refers to Yahweh, or the God Lord. Now, in this ancient understanding, there were many of that which you call internal strifes, your civil wars, your battles. For that which were the leaders were always desirous of dethroning the present leaders to become new leaders. And even, yea, that which were the ruled became revolutionary. And therefore, they came upon the horizon a grand battle, a grand struggle for power. And over half their population was destroyed. 3 races were destroyed in the process. And indeed, they became scattered yet again. And it took several hundred years to redevelop their technology to the point it was in the before time. And yet, through these hundreds of years, they did not understand divinity within the energy they were developing, within the energy they were understanding. They did not see the divine thread of it within the tapestry of their awareness. Now, when they came forth to conquer that which were other lands, they also came forth in the awareness of a ground destroyer comet that made its appearance every several thousand years. And indeed, it came forth within their area of the sky, of the heavens, and also lit into that which you would call a grand blaze, destroyed 30 of their worlds, over 60% of their population, much of their technology, and so indeed they become yet again scattered. And so, that which was one of the most feared of the warlords chose to go forth and demonstrate his power in another world, to call that world his own, to illustrate complete dominion without the scattering. And he took with him several thousand people, many crafts, and they went forth into the galaxy and coasted, as you would call it, wandered aimlessly in uncharted, unfamiliar territory, and indeed came upon a system with many blue suns. And as they did thus, they chose to colonize, for indeed there were hundreds of thousands of them. Also of warrior energy, and went forth to conquer beyond that system as well. And the successor, which was the daughter of this particular warrior, was called Pleasure. And indeed, she partook of the throne or seat of power, changed the name of the star system to the Pleiades, and this is where the story really gets interesting. Now, that you call the destroyer comet by this time was re-entering their system, and it did not interfere with them, but they were curious and they chose to follow it to see where it would take them, for it was a light that would be a beacon unto them. And as they went forth in the following of it, they discovered in the tail of it fragments of their ancient heritage, that which would be called their previous civilization. And in the dissemination of this information between them, and the dissection and curiosity of it to discover who in fact they were, they came upon a system, a universe, a grand and wondrous illustration of new life. Indeed, this your solar system. And they came forth and set foot upon Mars, Maldek, and Earth. And that which was the colonizations of these three areas began, and then Pleasure took her forces and returned to the Pleiades, and allowed that which were the colonizations to populate the areas and the technology to continue upon the plane, until the point that upon Earth there was a desire to get themselves hence to conquer other lands and become a dominion of grand civilizations. That which was Maldek, indeed, became a civil war that was so intense and so afflicted with power lust that truly they allowed themselves to conquer that which was the planet to the point of utter destruction. Indeed, they exploded their planet into millions of fragments. And what is now the asteroid belt between your Jupiter and your Mars is what remains of that which you call Maldek. It is truly a memorial to the conquering attitude of that which were your ancient Lyrian ancestors. And that which was Mars was changed of its axis, of its revolution, because of that which was this energy explosion of Maldek. And that which was your peoples upon the land of Mars became in extinction. And the rest of them, that which were in remaining on the other side of the planet, went forth and conquered other lands, and therefore they were what you would call bringing forth of that which was desolation of the planet called Mars. In other words, there was not population upon Mars. Maldek was exploded. That which was your earth only had a few peoples within them, only several 100,000, because all the rest of them had chosen to go forth and conquer other lands. And so this your solar system remained, yet uncolonized by a grand civilization. And there came forth a grand strategy by the area of the Pleiades to bring forth a grand space base upon this your planet, to allow it to be a grand colony of peace and harmony, because indeed a new structure of government, of power had come forth upon the land of Pleiades, and they had chosen, they had desired to bring forth an era of peace. Enough of this war and battle. They had begun to understand the energy of life, the spiritual energy, as you would call it, until that which was hyperspace was developed. And indeed, that which was the divine understanding called love, which is indeed the glue of life, that which holds atoms together, it is none other than the thought of God in divine love. And that which was the colonization came forth upon this your plane. And there were 10,000 years of peace to reign. And it truly became a grand civilization. But alas, within the belly of those that were reigning in that timing came forth that which was spawned as power lust also. So yet again, they destroyed themselves, and the scattered tribes of this your planet abided for several thousand years until that which was a grand master of that which was life came forth upon the plain, and his name was Atlas. And he was the one who chose to create peace and splendor and glorious exemplification of the light of God upon the plain. And he brought forth his mate and millions of people and millions of craft upon the plain. And truly this was the beginning of an era of splendor upon your planet, the planet you now call Earth. And the father of this Atlas's mate was called Muras. And he went forth and developed a grand golden civilization called the Muria, which was a city which became a continent that developed around the grand craft called Mu. Mu was a craft, Lemuria was the city around the craft. Now, Atlantis and Lemuria were many miles from one another, because that which was this your earth plane was becoming accelerated in population at the time. This was about 33 or so thousand years ago in your time, and it was open real estate upon your earth. There were many civilizations coming forth to colonize here from many areas of your universe. The Orions came forth, the Arcturians came forth, that which you would term to be the Lyrians that were in other areas of this universe came forth, the Pleiadians came forth, and that which you would know as many interbreedings occurred, and that which was primitive man became a man, a body that could support an ascended consciousness. Truly, this was when Genesis became apparent. For this was when the desire was placed within the breast of the leader to create an embodiment, a vehicle that had the capacity to carry ascended consciousness. And therefore the crystalline understanding was placed through light waves within the pineal gland, and the allowance of the flow of the memory to come forth, that you are God, to pierce the veil of forgetfulness and allow your understanding of your divine creative energy. Now, This that you call Atlas was a wise and loving entity that desired peace and harmony of the land. Lemuria truly was an exemplification of a colony of art, a colony of experiencing the energy through crystalline technology, and they shared it with their brother Elatians. And then the Atlassians became in fervent searching and seeking of that which you would term to be crystal technology to advance their ships, their starships, as it were, and allow their fleets to become grandly enhanced so that truly they could spread and allow the illumination of their peace to be brought forth upon other lands and create further and further and further peace. Now, this that you call an embodiment, an entity that was very vengeful, that had been banished to the area of Beta Centauri of year before time, came forth to allow that which was revenge within his breast. And he had a craft with him, and he allowed his landing, as you would call it, in the area called Hyperborea, that is now what you would call Florida. It was in the northern area of this your land, this your planet. For that which you would call this your planet was not of the axis it was in that time. The axis was different and your continents were situated in a different manner. That which you now called Russia was your North Pole. And that which you call Florida, it was truly in the northern area of the northern hemisphere of this your world. And therefore, they blazed in with their craft in a flash of light into an area that was rather undeveloped called Hyperborea and took over the peoples of that land. And truly, it was their desire to take over the area of Atlantis, the area of Lemuria. And they felt it was of their benefit, shall we say, to accomplish their establishment in an area that was of moderate climate, that was rather undeveloped, and therefore allowing of their entrance. And then indeed they went forth into the areas of Asia and Asia Minor to add to their armies. For indeed, Asia as well had been populated by millions and millions of people. 4.6 million peoples in the land of China now in your time are implanted with the gene of Isis. And this occurred in that area of time also. And therefore, there were many entities in the areas of Asia and Asia Minor that were aware of crystal technology, and they brought them forth into their armies to conquer Atlantis and Lemuria. This was the beginnings of the Orion energy as they came forth to partake of control of the planet. They understood laser technology and webbing of this laser to create an electromagnetic net over the planet. This was their strategy. However, they created skirmishes, small embattlements in the areas of the borders of Atlantis and Lemuria, but to no apparent avail. It was indeed that which was their heartburn, shall we say, and their guts became inflamed with a desire for revenge, to prove indeed they were power sources. But do you know, they were only proving to themselves their powerlessness, not their power sourceness. And they became more and more engulfed with this fire, this hunger, this seething need to create dominion of this planet. Therefore, they hatched a scheme, as it were, to create inner strife, to infiltrate, as you would call it. And they indeed understood science, and they went forth to commune with the scientists of both Atlantis and Lemuria, to create controversy between them, to allow them to change their belief system and become embattled with one another. This is what many of your governmental structures do now of your time. They go into an area that is of great power, create strife inwardly, supply both sides with weapons, And when there is much chaos and diversity and non-unity, they enter in. When they allow themselves to create the option of partaking of the throne, and taking control, as it were, they indeed feel powerful. However, this was their plot, their desire, their scheme in that timing, to go forth and create inner diversity within both continents. And they did thusly. It was about 1,000 years before the appointed peoples were within the appointed positions. And indeed, their heart was aflame with anticipation that after eons of time, indeed eons, for they had desired this in the Pleiades, they came forth, the Orions came forth and established their seed within the world, the planet you call Earth, within the continent of Lemuria and Atlantis. Now, within one blazing and fateful morn, with one all-powerful blast unto an asteroid, with all the forces of electromagnetic light laser energy, they allowed the destruction of the entire Earth. Indeed, through the power lust, people, the golden crowning glory of this earth was destroyed. Through a ricochet blast from that asteroid, it placed its focus within the center point of Atlantis and also within Lemuria. And indeed, just before this, that which was an explosion that is indescribable buried itself into the beloved surface of this your earth. Mother Earth was wounded deep, deep, deep. And indeed, she was bleeding and regurgitating dreadfully. And her back was broken. She was cracked down the center core. Her continents were separated. And indeed, the oceans were split apart and ripped from one another. And indeed, there was fire consuming her, and her waters were drowning her. Her rivers of life were running from her in torrential understanding. And indeed, her cloud cover that was above her was pierced by this laser light. And she was weeping torrential rains upon the horizon of this earth. And she became in mourning of herself. For indeed, the wounds were deep within the consciousnesses of the peoples herein. For indeed, there were many civilizations upon the earth at that timing, and the destruction was implanted within the memory of every one of them. Within that fateful morn, that which were two grand golden continents of this earth were destroyed after 18,000 years of peace. And that which was the rending and gaping of the ocean floors swallowed and interred that which was the tomb within the deep, the Atlantean, the Lemurian, and many other continents upon this plane. For indeed there were many other mini Atlantices, shall we say. There was such rising and shifting of the planet that this occurred everywhere. It was mostly focused in Atlantis and Lemuria, but it occurred in diverse fashion everywhere. This is where your deluge occurred. This is where many of that which are your legends occurred, of the destruction of the planet through a grand desire for power, through that which was a clouded act of aggression, one fateful morn. This is your heritage. This is the memory that you carry with you every day of your life. All these walls are what you're remembering now in your time, what you're recreating upon your earth now, what you're living from your past into your future, what you're living within your daily life, your activity with your mates, with your business houses, with your neighbors, with your children. These are the walls that you remember when you have strife with them. Remember, aware yourself that indeed it is not necessary to have the destruction. You may recreate the future. You may recreate the ending to this tale of woe. The rebirthing is occurring within your very thought, within the very being of every moment of your life, what you do, what you say, how you behave, how you interact with one another, how you vibrate. This is not the end of the tale. That which were your Atlanteans, well, that which were the Pleiadians and Lyrians in interbreeding of one another, that which were your Orions came forth in grand forces upon your plane to do, shall we call, deviltry, is that what you call it? Dastardly experiences. They indeed brought forth chaos wherever they went. This was the grand altered ego personification. And truly, my beloveds, they are wondrous. They are merely not aware that they are wondrous. And it is within your power to awaken them to their wonder and their splendor, to become in knowing of the equality of both the altered ego and divine ego, of both that which you call male, female, masculine, feminine energies, of both that which you would call limited and unlimited perspectives. They are both divine. They are both wondrous. They are both part of the whole. The whole will not be the whole without both of them. So allowing yourself to sever, separate, divide, reject, rid yourself of anything that you would judge to be undesirable is creating further separation. Many of those Orions chose to fight fire with fire, as it were, which only creates more fire. That which is the Orion energy is the fire energy, the male energy of power of creation, the thrust for life. And that which were your Pleiadians developed within them an underground society called the Black League. This indeed was exhibited during your planetary wars and battles of Maldek. The Black League came forth in their ships and their grand crafts from Pleiades, and desired to bring forth this wisdom within the inner forces of the Orions, to create within them peace, a desire for harmony and non-battle, non-warrior elements. They are upon your plane now, the Black League and the Orions, for this is a re-dramatization of that which you call your past history. Your Earth is now in the process of allowing this mirror to be presented unto you yet again, to give you the opportunity for a different ending, for a different resolution, for a different birthing into a new era. The point of resolution, this that you call the flashpoint, is the moment of transmutation into the new age, into that which is called divine awareness of all that is, into fourth density, fourth dimension and beyond. The golden civilization that is to come, that which you call superconsciousness, is when this awareness that your Orions are your brothers. The warriors are your brothers. They love you, but they do not know how much they love you. They desire understanding of love, and it is the only way they can express to themselves love, that which is battle. For in this understanding, this is the only manner they understand how power exhibits itself through dominion of others. They are not aware that you are they. That which is you is that which be they. And they indeed are coming into this understanding. That is why your Russia is beginning to have new panaceas of experience, new governmental structure within it. That is why indeed this your nation is becoming so restrictive, because it is afraid of that which is this union. There are forces within this your nation, within the governmental structures of it, that are of Orion, that are that which you would term to be the MIBs, as some call it, the men in black, those that are desirous of conquering and becoming an empire of this your world, this your planet. And there are forces that you would call the Black League that are infiltrating these portions of the men in black, of the Orion energies, and allowing their presence to be known in your government and in the Russian government and in the governments of your Central America and that which you would term to be your Israeli forces. All of the battles that are occurring on your plane now have both elements within them, the Orion and the Black League, both elements. And the struggle is a struggle between these elements. It is not really people. It is not really ideas. It is resonances, that which you would call thought. Now, as these two thoughts come into contact with one another, that which you call encounter shall not, in your time to come, be conflict. For the one that is of warrior essence, that desires the conflict, will bring forth instruments of battle. Indeed, your lasers and your light weapons, that which you call your Star War equipment in your heavens, etc., which are, by the way, already equipped for yet another star battle. And that which you would call your Black League, that which you would call the God I Am essence that issues forth, comes forth into this encounter with open arms, a vulnerable breast, and love in their being. And in this encounter, with one disarmed and one armed, what do you think is the result? Would you be afraid if you were the one that were disarmed? How would you respond if a 25-foot titan, so to speak, and this is symbolic, not literal, came forth unto you with laser light weapon and spoke unto you to become fearful of that which be they, or they would take your life, or they would bring forth horrendous experience unto you? What would you say? How would you feel? What would be your thought? This is what is called the War of Armageddon, the Battle of Jehovah. Although it is microcosmic and macrocosmic, because you have this battle within every one of you, every moment of your life. It is called the War of Valued Life, the Battle of Armageddon, as it is waged within your own being. How indeed shall you intercede and shift the sands of time to recreate the scenario of the tapestry? How indeed shall you bring forth new understanding from the plane after eons and eons and eons of struggle? There is indeed within your genes so memory of ancient anger, ancient hatred and bitterness of those that were in sovereign dominion over you. Ancient awareness that you are now spilling forth, uttering indeed within your dream state, and allowing yourself to interweave it into your reality. Indeed, there was the land of Egypt, the land of Israel, the land of this your nation. We shall speak of it too. But I wish you to capture the awareness of the Atlanteans and the Lemurians, that from whence you sprang. They were brother-sister cultures. They were indeed of the same vibration in the origin. Love and peace and harmony and the understanding of the powers of creation. So you are also in the origin the same, one unto another. As an entity comes unto you and says unto you a harshness, an accusation, a bitterness, voicing hatred, pettiness, jealousies, desire to influence and control your life, what shall be your response? What shall be your interaction to change the tide? How can you transmute these eons memories? What is the key? What is the word of wisdom? What is that which is the waters that you may quench the fire? Tell me. What is love? How does it express itself? What may you allow yourself to reflect to them in love? Non-judgment, indeed. Now, as I spoke to you about these warriors and battle-conscious entities of your past, what thoughts were within your being, huh? And every time a civilization was wiped out, did you think to yourself, there they go again? Well, they never learn. Were you contemplating how you would have done it differently? Were you allowing yourself to ask, why don't they understand? Why must they continue in this manner? I will tell you the truth, my beloved. If you ask those questions, you will judge them. For they are your brothers, and they are learning as you are learning. They are learning love as you are in every moment of your life. They are learning God. And how do you learn God? How do you express and experience God? By experiencing all that is. What is all that is? All that is. Everything. Every polarity. Pleo, slii, perpetrator, perpetratee. That which is in sovereign dominion and that which is ruled. That which is of bitterness and hatred and that which is of love. You have all been them all. So in your experience of multidimensionality, you experience the opposite polarity somewhere in the universes, in the multiverses, the opposite polarity of what you're expressing now. So what you judge, you are in another reality. It is vital, it is necessary to create the wholeness. That is what life is in physicality. To experience the sensations, the pulsations, the vibrations of what anger really is, of what hatred really is, of what jealousy and power lust and bloodthirstiness is, so that you may also understand its opposite polarity. Divine love, peace, harmony, allowance, justice. When you think of thought of polarity, such as justice, you automatically birth the opposite polarity. Automatically you birth injustice. For within the emerging of the thought, of the whole of the thought, is the polarities contained within it. You may focus and emphasize a particular polarity in that moment, but the other one is still existent within you, recognized or not. And therefore, as you go forth into this new birthing of your plane, the superconsciousness that is as it comes Fourth, allow yourself to allow your brothers. The grandest mystery of life is you. Figure that one out. Do you know when you gaze onto your brother? Indeed. Do you know when you gaze onto your brother, you gaze onto you? When you seek for advice from someone, do you know what this is? It is knowing that you already know the answer, but you wish you didn't. And indeed, you will look everywhere else until the last result is you. Do you know this? And you are the chalice of life. To this I will toast. As the waters begin to flow within you, the waters of wisdom, the replenishment of remembrance, the supplication of serenity, the desire, the understanding and discovery of divinity, the awakening of awareness, the understanding of unlimitedness, the perception of peace and prosperity, the taste of the Trinity, the chalice of Christus is born. To this I issue grand celebration. So be it. Thank you, my brother. Partake in this partaking of your water with gusto. Do you know what gusto is? Zest, the spice of life. Jest with yourself. Life is not all seriousness, heaviness, contemplation of the power of it all. How do you enlighten yourself? By lightening up, by becoming light-hearted and jubilant and joyous in celebration and dance and song. As you understand this that is within your pineal gland, you'll understand the integration of light and sound waves. You will understand the trinity of light and sound, and that which is the vibration called curvature, structure, the element of line. You will allow that which is the sine wave to be the vibration that comes unto your contemplation, whether you're consciously aware of it or not. And the sine wave, shall we say, will be partaking of the ups and downs of life, the allowance of yourself to experience the highs and the lows, to be upon the peaks and within the depths, the depressions and the ecstasy of that which is experienced, that which is polarity of life, until indeed it becomes integrated into a line of eternal vibration of harmony. And you know, this line will be the culmination of all the waves, all the wavelengths, all the vibrations of light, sound, and color. It will be beyond white, it will be golden. And it will be such a golden that it will be brilliant beyond your depiction of third density. It will be truly the blaze of brilliance of that which is God awareness, that which is the burning bush, it will be thusly, beyond description. And you may experience it in your contemplation and that which you call your meditation, or just prior to your slumber in what you call your hypnagogic state. You may conjure unto yourself not an image, but a knowing of a vibration of brilliance. Place it within your heart for you. Enshroud the green within your heart, within the golden of the heavens, and partake of this taste, this jubilant glimpse of what you may be, what you may know, what you may understand as your experience, yea, even in physicality. Allow yourself to contemplate it, surround the green, allowing of the healing to issue forth, interpenetrated by the divinity of the gold, into your crown, to the violet aerial of your crown, and enshroud the violet with the golden, and allow it indeed to be transmuted into the white that is enshrouded in the golden, that is about here. And indeed, as you continue in this, that you go forth in the flow outward of you, allow also the same vibration to be brought forth into you through your feet, through the Mother Earth. You will be indeed in that manner a conduit, a connection, a corridor of God, as it were. For you will be completing the circuit. You will be grounded upon your Mother Earth, allowing the energy of God to flow through you, penetrate your heart and your crown, outward into the all that is, and circling yet again into your earth. The electromagnetics will be complete in this fashion. The electro, that which you would call the positive energy of the show plane, will become understanding of the magnetic, which is the negative of the show plane, the female energies. And the electro is the masculine energies. And in this manner, you will be integrating your male and female, for it will be the thrusting and the receiving, the penetration and the being penetrated by. I will tell you, this experience will create a grand orgasm for you. That's what you call sexuality, unless your new era will be quite different than it is now. We will discuss that in another encounter of a different kind. Now, be there query to this point? Indeed, my beloved brother. Indeed.
When you were talking about the Titans of Lyria and the constellation Vega 20 million years ago, and you were talking about the many warlords conquering the planets, at that point you referred to Yahweh or Yahweh. Was Yahweh or Yahweh a specific warlord at that time? And if so, what density was it?
This is a grand misconception upon your plane, that what you call your way of your time. It has led to many mistranslations, misperceptions, as is what you call your Jehovah energy has. Now, that which you call IWH, IHWH, YHWH, however you want to translate it, was the verbiage or the alphabetical translation given to the leader of the Lyrian races at that time and into the Pleiadian races. That which you call Atlas was a Yahweh. That which you would call his mate was a Yahweh. That which you call the conquering warlords of the planes, of other worlds, other planets, were also Yahwehs. It was merely a title. Now, that which you call your ground verbiage, you call it your clinic, your tissue. Indeed. One thing about accent, laughter has no accent. That is the universal language of all life. Now, that which you would term to be this tissue has a general concept of what tissue is, that which you call clinic. And it also is a specific brand of this tissue. The same is appropriate description for that which you would call your way. There was one, and there was the title of many at the same time. That which was the particular entity with whom you are referring was indeed an entity of fifth density consciousness that came upon the lands of this your plane, upon Moldic and upon Mars, and established a grand civilization of their own. We will discuss this when we also discuss what you call your land of Egypt.
That wasn't a love.
This particular one was a warring energy that became loving through many battles, as you all are establishing your own understanding in your now.
Another question. When you were talking about Lemuria and Atlantis, you were talking about an Orion who came from Beta Centauri and conquered Atlantis. Would that be the Jehovah energy?
Well, that which was the forefather of the Jehovah energy, it is called Eros.
When you were talking about Lemuria and Atlantis, you were talking about an Orion who came from Beta Centauri and conquered Atlantis. Would that be the Jehovah energy?
It was that which was the forefather of the Jehovah energy. It is called Eros, which is where Aries came from, which spawned Jehovah. Jehovah was the grandson of Aries.
Tell me something about how to accomplish this acceptance. Each of us within ourselves, both the dark and the light aspects of the perspective, the positive and the negative polarities in all our various aspects. How may we, within ourselves, manifest the God within us in this wholeness? How may we then also influence our governments, our world leaders, our power-hungry? See, I've been judgmental, I'm sorry. But nevertheless, that's the way I am presently. The power-hungry people who are creating the chaos here, how may we somehow get them also to acknowledge both the good and the bad aspects of themselves so that we might have peace on this world?
Wondrous query, my beloved brother. This is what we are all discussing this day of the time. When you contemplate that which is the negative energy, as you have termed it to be, the dark forces, are allowing you to understand the light, but within the void, there is no light and dark. Only when you have darkness can you know there is light. So bless it, for it is allowing you to know you, my beloved brother. It is allowing you to understand what you are and how you're experiencing and the blessings you're garnishing from them. And in this blessing of them, you send forth a vibration of I am into their atoms that resonate to it. And awaken within them a recognition of this I am without their conscious awareness. Every entity you encounter before you utter yet a word unto them, bless. It does not have to be verbal. Bless them with your heart. Even if it is someone with whom you have grand controversy, before you speak your words of anger, you may say, I bless you, but I differ with you, and this is what I think of you. Now, as you begin to unfold into your own awareness, you will also begin to align that which are your feelings of anger and your feelings of sputtering out all the judgments against them. Do not judge, I beseech of you, that which is within yourself that is judgmental. You all have a tendency to do this. Oh, I was judging. And therefore you judge yourself for judging. One moment, my beloved. And as you encounter this aspect of yourself that is judgmental, all that is required is for you to say unto yourself, I was judging. I bless that aspect of me that judged, for without it I would not be whole. And I blend it and merge it into the wholeness of I am. Integrate it, swirl it, caress it with the energies of love. Acknowledge it. Do not relinquish it outwardly of you. Blend it with you. Allow it to be enlightened by your life. Bring it into you. Say unto it, this is judgment. This is I. I love this judgment. For it is that which be I. And I transmute it in this moment to divine love. So be it. It is all that is required. If you do this often enough, it will become quite natural to you. And you will not have the experience of judgment out here as your perception of the world, for you will have integrated it into your being, and it will not be necessary for it to be reflected out here anymore. Do you understand?
Do I buy gold?
Do as your heart leads you to do. Follow your heart, and you will be following your God self. Gold, I may add, is the mineral reflection of divinity. Indeed, my beloved.
Some beautiful entities. Are they in any way connected to the beings that live in the center of the earth?
Indeed, for that which was the land of Mu brought forth cultivation of your grand inner cities. And during your 33 or so thousand years ago, this was their grand spawning, as it were. Beneath your Gobi desert, there is a grand land of intercity called Aghata, or Agatha, as you would call it. And indeed, that which are of your inner cities, some of them are Titan in form, but they are of light form. They are not of density physical form. And some are smaller. As you would encounter that which were your 25 or so feet Titans, and you would feel quite belittled by it and quite overtaken by it. There are some of your inner earth peoples that are only 1 feet in height. And this is the same thing. They are quite overtaken by you. It is all very relative. From time to time, but they are overtaken with a bit of awe, shall we say. And they retreat. For you still have the warrior spirit, and they do not. A bit. They are 4th density, and you are transitional 4th density. There are some that abide within your colonies of your inner earth that are of 5th and 6th density, but the ones you hear in your legend, most of them are of 4th density. All right? Indeed.
You mentioned Beta Centauri. I also know of Alpha Centauri, and I could comment, I know of beings, they have been channeled, but I've never heard of Beta Centauri.
There are 3 stars within the Centaurian system. And these stars create that which is called cultures upon the lands of other eras of dimensions, other understandings and other civilizations that are not physical and not part of this time flow. And they come forth in your now to share the light of their awareness, of their understanding, to create within your plane that which is the reflection of all humanity, whether it be in the 35th dimension or this your dimension, whether it be in another universe or this your universe, wherever it comes from, they are all your brothers. And they are all equal, and they are all desirous of sharing the light. Now, that which you call Beta Centauri for a time was a colony of warriors that had fled to it, that indeed brought forth much spirits of disaster upon the plane. For that which fled to it desired to intimately create their power there, their technology, etc., so that they could go forth and wreak havoc and revenge upon those colonies from whence they fled. And so indeed, that which is the divine area called your Beta Centauri is now populated by the descendants of these peoples that have learned, that have understood the resolution and harmonization and alignment of the warrior element. So from war and anger came harmony and peace. That is what is upon your Beta Centauri now. Indeed. That is what is coming forth from your Beta Centauri through this entity that you have had encounterment with of recent late in your time.
The other thing, I know I am from the plane, but I imagine
all of you are of the genetic lineage of the Pleiades. When Pleiades came forth upon this plane, there was within the governmental structure a scientist that desired to create the light wave to interpenetrate the gene of Isis within man upon the plane. And that is where the chain of genes became changed. And that which is your primitive man, your Neanderthal, and your Cro-Magnon all came into transition. And that is where the missing link is.
you gave us this morning, so I can record it for all of us.
You already have it recorded, my beloved. It is recorded within your own memory. Speak with your brothers and sisters. Reflect from them. That which I give forth not as a creation of dogma, not as a reliance. If I were to repeat it now, there are some within this room that would take it as what you would call gospel. And I desire it not to be given the gospel emphasis. It was a spontaneous vibration in that now moment, as is all of life. And I issue forth unto you the acknowledgement that all of you, through this gene of Isis within your pineal gland, have access to every memory that exists. A memory of your future and a memory of your past and a memory of your alternate now. And I urge you fervently to stimulate it. Right? So we're
You know Sanat Kumara?
this essence, this energy, indeed I am familiar with. The planetary logos, as some have called it. What is a logos, huh? It is a symbol. That which you call Sanat Kamara is merely a symbol for planetary unity, a consciousness of creative crisis upon one dimension of understanding. All right? To allow the energies of this particular meridian to flow fluidly. To complete the circuit, shall we say. Indeed.
I have a question about in that moment of encounter. I'm speaking right now mostly of within self, although it could be external too, of coming into contact with that which we have judged, that which we experience as being unloving, hateful, angry, and so forth. When we come into contact with that within ourselves, and we're in that moment of moving into acceptance, non-judgment, loving that, blessing that, what is the role of expression of that energy in that moment? Do we need to express that?
First of all, there is no need within God, there is desire. God is not needy. Now, and it is not a movement to this. Really, you are already in it. You're just not aware of it. It is an unveiling. You're not going anywhere. You're awakening. You see? Now, the expression, as you would call, of that which is allowing non-judgment to be integrated into the wholeness of you and that which you would call judgment to be integrated into the wholeness of you, and therefore the judgment and non-judgment of your brothers, will be expressed by allowing them to be limited if they choose. If an entity comes unto you and says unto you, I can't do this, the world is coming to an end, woe is me, doom and gloom and gloom. And you may state unto them, my beloved brother, it is all a choice. It does not have to be this way. And they state unto you, oh, but yes, it does. And then you may state unto them, so be it if you wish. This is non-judgment. You're allowing them the opportunity to know. The opportunity, you're providing the banquet, the feast for them. But you're not pushing it down their throat. You're not becoming sovereign over them with your desire for them to be free. The ground is freedom, is the allowance of others to be enslaved if they wish. You cannot free anyone from the chains or the bondage that they forever. They love that which is their experience, or they would not be experiencing it on one level or another. They are choosing it as their experience.
Say this would apply to aspects that the experience of being internal or within self as well.
That is the difference. It is all one. What is here is also here. Do you know, my beloved, this is not the reality. This is the reflection of the reality. There is no difference. All of this is mirror. All of it. All of it. All of it. This room, that which you call your artificial lights, your brothers, your attire, your physical appearance, it is all a reflection of your own consciousness in this now moment. And as you shift your consciousness, this reflection shifts. That is what is called, what you call travel by thought. You shift your awareness of consciousness and you shift everything around you. You do not go there. In the manner of speaking, it comes to you. You create it in an instant, in a twinkling of an eye. Thank you, my beloved, for this sharing. Indeed.
Thank you, ma'am. One more question to clarify the historical record that you've given us. So, I'd like to clarify further the relationship, the identity and the relationship between the Men in Black and the Black League. My understanding from what you said is that the Men in Black come from the Orion energy and have a negative polarity of hatred, and that the Black League comes from the Pleiades and has a positive polarity of love. Could you
identify that which is further explanation of this? That which you call your Orions are also capacitated with loving entities. There are both within the Orion system. Although the ones that have been given such grand proliferation of information upon this your plane are the ones of the negative or disharmonious vibration. Now, contemplate the word black. You have very grand judgment of this word, do you not? Black is evil, it is of the devil, it is bad, it is horrendous. Do you know what black really is? There are several things that it really is. First of all, it is mysterious. It comes forth from the knowingness of the darkness of the womb. It is the female energy, really. The womb from whence all things are created, the void, that which is not known, that which you're afraid of when you contemplate it, that which is not known. And indeed, there is a power that abides within the womb that is awesome. And whence this power is sensed, it brings forth fear within the breast because entities do not understand the awesomeness of this power of creative energy. That is what certain darkness means to certain entities, and that is why the darkness of the Inquisition and all of this brought itself forth in the burning of witches at the stake and the creation of the Catholic churches of stamping out that which was beyond conscious awareness, that which was telepathic or kinetic, that which was the understanding of spiritual conception, not physical conception, spiritual conception. What is that? Precipitation, materialization out of apparent nothingness. That is what you have termed to be magic, and it was polarized into black and white magic. And your black magic came to be known as bad, and your white magic came to be known as good. Now, black is absorptive. It absorbs energies. That is what a black hole is. It absorbs energies of universes into one point of eternalness. Now, how can you release your judgment of that which you call black? By understanding that it is simply a flow in one direction that has not understood the reversal of the polarity into the other direction. It has dammed itself up and created a ceasement, an awareness that has suffocated. All you need to do is breathe life into this blackness. Release the flow of the dam. Complete the circuit of the energy by blending with it. Reach out your hand, your heart, and complete the circuit. And then you will allow the black, the void, the mysterious essence of life, the absorptive energies, to flow into that which be you, the gold of God, the golden aura of Christus. And in this flowing through the gold, it will transmute itself into white. And the white and the black will be blended and intertwined. And they will be brilliant in their intertwining. And fourth density, according to many of you, does not have your polarities of negative and positive. But in reality, they do. There is a fourth density masculine energy and a fourth density physical energy. But when they are blended with the golden energy of Christus, they become lightened, brilliant. They become less dense, heavy. They become aware a bit more of that which they be. Now, that which you call white, it is reflective. It is the culmination and union of all the colors of the spectrum. It is that which is your rainbow, your prismatic understanding, altogether undifferentiated one from the other. It is the opposite of separation. It is the opposite of absorption. It is the opposite polarity. White has been given forth to your masculine energy upon the plane. That which you would term to be your sciences, that which you would term to be the structure of your churches. Why indeed would you consider that they dress themselves in white? Your scientists, your physicians. It is the masculine energy of control, of reflection of the power. But they do not absorb the power. They are not understanding of the black within them in this point. And the key to non-judgment is understanding that all contain both. You are the element of the white and black, the Black League and the Men in Black, that which you would term to be the Orions and the Pleiadians.
Then the Men in Black from Orion are of an opposite polarity from the Black League from the Pleiades.
The Men in Black, as you would term it, are only upon this plane. It is a recent structure, about your 1600s or so, on your Earth.
Is this the same as the Illuminati?
Indeed, the Illuminati sprung from this. However, there are two Illuminati. There is the Orion Illuminati and the Pleiadian Illuminati. And the Illuminati has been given forth negative connotation. And at times when I speak about the Illuminati, I speak of it in the connotation that you're contemplating it in that moment. and that which you would call the golden Illuminati, the Pleiadian energy, that which you would call the Black League again upon your plane, of the ones also that are the ascended masters, that are coming forth to interpenetrate from the inner core of your structures, all of them, your bureaucratic understandings and your governments, to allow the light to be brought forth from the center point, to expand into a supernova. That is what the grand central sun represents.
Seems to me that usually the beings from the Pleiades with a positive polarity are referred to as the White Brotherhood. And so I see that there's a potential confusion in the use of the word Black League.
Confusion, confusion, fusion with all that is. Did we not speak of this? The white and the black are really the same. That is what the whole point of this discussion is.
One further question, that is, are the men in black from Orion and the Black League from the Pleiades third density human beings?
Some of them are, and some of them are light beings.
So some are third density, some are fourth and fifth and ninth.
Indeed. And the ones that are allowing themselves to be of the terrorizing of this your plane of your now, or of the physical density, your warlords, such as your Altula, and the ones that are squelching the information about your brothers in space within your governmental structure. There are other things we will discuss of your later time as well. Indeed. But of course, that is why I'm here.
Bring a little further, the daughter of someone who changed the name of the star system to Pleiades Prusa. And who was she the daughter of, and why was that name change necessary, and then why did she go forward as a warrior? And what?
She learned from her father the only knowingness that her father represented, as you teach your own children. And that's what you call the bringing forth of a fearful leader from the area of Illyrians, after they destroyed themselves, and after that which was the destroyer comet came forth into this area of your sky. This was the leader that took with him the grand ships and peoples, and wandered aimlessly within the cosmos for a period of time. This particular understanding has certain translations that are quite different. One of them is called ethos.
Why did she change the name of the Pleiades?
That is what all leaders do. They change the name of the land they conquer to their own. Pleasure. Pleija is how you would spell it.
My impression was that the father of Pleija was the fifth density warlord known as Yehu.
That it was the title. All the leaders of your Pleiades were called Yewis.
And I was thinking about the specific one that you
This is not the same one. That which you call the Yewi that you desired to understand was a warlord that came forth upon your Moldek and caused the destruction of Moldek. Indeed.
I've been, in a sense, disturbed because my desire is to know, to experience, if in fact I've lived before. Is there a technique that you can give me so that I can practice it and eventually come to an experiential knowingness?
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever experienced what some call deja vu? That is not always a past experience. At times it is a future experience. At times it is a parallel universe experience. At times it is an experience of your soulmate. Now, that which you would call living before is only the acknowledgement of the eternality of the soul. If you would consider that you were birthed into this earth, that you cease your embodiment and you cease your existence forevermore into a smattering of nothingness, into a black hole of nothingness, then that is all right. You will understand later.
I don't feel comfortable with that conclusion.
All right. Whatever you wish. Now, this plane reigns supreme with human free will. If it is your utter desire to understand your experiences, focus not upon your past. Focus upon all dimensions. Multidimensionality, simultaneity is exhibited within the vibration of any memory. For as you remember one life, you're also remembering concurrent other lives at the same time that are overlaid one upon the other of that life. That which you call past life regression, therapy, and all of this, it is wondrous. It is what you call a grand springboard or stepping stone. But it is not the unlimited manner to understand the alignment of your being and the harmonious representation within this life. For when you contemplate the millions of lives that you currently exhibit within, the millions of universes, now, not past, not future, now, the millions and millions of diverse experiences that you're having, not only through you, but through your soulmates, it would take eons of time to explore every life. So you see, when you merge them all into one instantaneous, magnificent, glorious remembrance, you have the element of transition within your pulse, within your breast. How you can do this? Experience familiarity with everything you do. As you speak a word, know that you've spoken those very words before to the same energy, not necessarily person, but the energy. Know that you've gone forth upon this plane in the very same pathways upon your ground, not only before, but later. And alternate nows, that you visit the inner earth. And when you have a direct attunement to that which you view, such as many have had within the grand tales of your Star Wars, and the grand tales upon your screen of that which are your previous battles in your history of life, and you resonate to them, and you feel familiar with it, know that you have been there. You would not feel familiar if you did not identify it as your own experience. For there would be no identification if there was not a resonance within your own being to identify with. That applies also to entities that you feel you may have known before or encountered before. As you come onto them and you ask yourself, have I known you before? You seem so familiar. In this case, the answer is always yes. You would not have the question if it were not so. Indeed.
You've spoken several times of inner earth beings. I've read that the earth is hollow and that the openings into the earth are 1,400-mile wide holes at the north and south pole. Is that true?
There are several understandings of that which you would term to be your inner earth. First of all, there is a certain void within the core, the center point of your earth. However, this is not the inner earth of which I speak. That which is the inner earth that I speak about is a different dimension. There are corridors from the crust of your earth that will allow you through electromagnetic connection, through the light rays as you pass through this particular area as it resonates through the core and crust of your earth, to transmute you in that time. It is like a time tunnel, to transmute you to a different dimension that is superimposed within the center of your earth. Do you understand? It has the same space as your earth, but not the same time. The space-time is different. Therefore, that which you would term to be your experience within them would be perceived as familiar and at the same time unfamiliar, for you're experiencing two dimensions at once. You understand?
Totally.
You do here. and here, and here.
So the poles then of the earth are covered. They are not out.
That what you call the poles of your earth are entrances to these corridors, both of them. That which is your axis, your poles as it were, is not the same as it was. The corridors have been shifted. Some of them have been sealed through the grand transitions of your earth, the catastrophes and cataclysms of Mother Earth in her torrential experience. And indeed, you may transmute the sealing and open the rivers of that which you would call their wisdom unto you through thought. Open sesame. Do you know sesame? Do you know what this means? That which you would term a grand leader of another world came forth, and his name was Sesame. That which was the peoples of the land desired to have communion with this entity, and yet he remained isolated. And in those peoples, in their earnest desire to have communion with him, would gather together in circles and resonate and would think with their heart. This is the merging of the mind and the soul. That which is open sesame, open sesame, open sesame, to allow communion with their grand leader, for they desired not to be in dominion, they desired to be of equality, and they desired not to war to establish it. And therefore, through thought energy, they brought forth this communion. It is truly that which is a grand thought vibration where you may open sesame within your own being. There are many of your myths that are brought forth through memory and established with the attire of the culture. Know this, and you will remember much of your experience. This little sister, thank you, my beloved brother. One moment.
It can go in and out.
That which you call your Seduna area is a white hole. It is that from whence energy is coming forth. It is spewing forth likened unto a geyser. It is an area that was and is and shall be come known as an opening unto that which is the inner earth. That which are your mountains, there is a reason. They are red. The red rock area. Here is a tale of curiosity for you. One moment, I will not forget you. That which is your core of your earth, before she was shattered and wounded by the asteroid during the Atlantean culture, was of the center point lead and iron and nickel. And the center point was that which you would term to be the very core of the center point was iron. It was the central sun of the earth. And during the embellishment of chaos of the plane, and the Atlanteans brought forth their culmination into the depths. Indeed, to the core of the earth did drip the remnants of their civilization. At the same time, there was a shifting of that which was your core of your earth surfacing. And the iron came forth to the area of Sedona. The central sun is part exhibited here. That which resonates to the light. That is why it is the white hole. It resonates to the vibration of brilliancy. The iron that is exhibited within the mountains, the rocks around here in your area of Sedona, is oxidizing. That is why it is red. It is also illustrating a remembrance of vibration of Atlantis, for the peoples of Atlantis were red. They placed themselves within the vibration of red upon their skin, because red is the ray of war. And so, that which you would call your red rocks are a monument to an ancient civilization. They do not come from Atlantis, but they were born because of the fall of Atlantis. They come from the central sun of your earth eons ago. Honor them, for all of them are points, are resonances, are vortices, as it were, of energy pulsations that are directly attuned to the central sun vibration within you, allowing your own center point of ultimate creation to be brought forth into a white whole. Bask within your own central sun as you view these mountains and rocks. That which you call your Navajo and Hopi culture, they are the peoples that are genealogically and genetically of the lineage of the land of Atlantis. That which are the ancient records and the crystals of this time were brought forth into that which is your America. After that which is of Mesoamerica and your Central America and your South America were established, they came forth into your North America. And they brought forth these instruments of wisdom to be kept and maintained in the sacred storage grounds of their peoples until the ripeness of time for them to be brought forth when the new Atlantis was at the same point. They are indeed within the key walls of your Four Corners area. They are within that which you call Superstition Mountain. Why do you think it is so superstitious? And they are truly within also that which are the rivers of the waters of your area of red rock. They are beneath the waters. For there are caverns beneath the waters, crystal caverns. They were brought forth into the eastern coastline area and given unto the Iroquois nation, which passed it forth from medicine man to medicine man to medicine man through the centuries. And now it is here within your grand southwest, the area of your nation that is the birthing point of earth, from whence your earth will become contracting into labor. Why do you think there is such grand tale about that which you call catastrophe? Your Quakers and tremors. This is where the contraction shall begin. But they will emanate all over your world, so there is nowhere that is safe if you are within a fear vibration. If you're within a love and power vibration, everywhere is safe. Everywhere. Everywhere. Even the bottom of your ocean is safe, for indeed you can transmute the electrons within your water and partake of the oxygen molecule within it. If you're understanding your power, you can disconnect the atoms from one another and reintegrate them. And you indeed can imbibe the oxygen and exhale the carbon dioxide as you were determined to be. That is how dolphins existed. Your dolphins were upon the land of Atlantis. Do you know this? They were not within the embodiments that they have now. But indeed, they understood how to live within the water. They had their craft beneath your oceans. The grand cultures and civilizations were beneath the water. And they would come forth and allow themselves to partake of mankind and humanity in the merging and blending of the land and the water. That is where the aqualung was developed. The Atlanteans were beginning to understand how to breathe beneath the water, how to develop that which was the transmutation of the molecules. Now, your dolphins are here again. They are assisting humanity into the birth process of life. They are allowing their love and joy to come forth to remind you who you are. Have you ever watched one of your dolphins? They behave as though they have not a care in the world, and truly they do not. They swim along the sine wave within your waters. They dance. They complete the circles. They dance upon their tail and spin the web of wonder. They allow laughter to be their vibration. Their squeals are really likened unto your giggle. And they allow lightheartedness. They vibrate grandly to the resonance of your children, for your children have not yet allowed the veil of forgetfulness to be closed around them. That which are your dolphins, you will find truly being that which you call destroyed. Some of them would be called destroyed, but they are not really. It is their desire. There is a plan to all of this. There is not really that which is chaos upon your land. It is confusion, fusion with all that is. Now, your dolphins are ceasing their embodiment beneath the waters to re-embody upon the land, to bring the light as a brother that you may embrace and understand and identify with. When you see an entity that is joyous and dancing, and there is a sparkle in their eyes, and indeed they have a desire of the water, and they gaze into the heavens of night and allow the diamond glitter to be reflected in their own eyes, in their own awareness of themselves, and they allow themselves to be of elfin of soul, and they create joy with everyone they come into contact, and allow themselves to bring the light to earth. This is a previous dolphin. Now, that which you call the Tao universe, radiance, now gather their assistance. It's DAAL as you would spell it. And it was translated into your present verbiage as dolphin. It is a Tao with fins. Not as much wisdom within your language, you know. You'll only but see it. Now, by the way, do you know that which you call English is not really English, it is Anglish. The words have a vibration, an angle to them, a resonance, a geometric pattern. Are you learning anything? Do you know what you're doing? You're remembering that you know. Indeed, my beloved.
Place like Arizona with their own farms and whatever space it takes in water. Is that cool to take them out of their ocean?
That would be the grandest heart's desire. Do you know why so many of your whales and dolphins have beached themselves? It is their utter desire to reach out to their brothers, to be known for what and who they are, equal brothers of humanity. They desire communion. That is why they've been so assisting. They are abiding very patiently and lovingly and allowingly until you recognize who they are. And they come unto you to assist you into this knowingness. In however fashion they may offer their assistance. Truly, whenever your scientists have them within the tanks, they at times wonder when their brothers are going to catch on. That which are your dolphins are grand assistants in your birthing processes, for they indeed have the vibration already of children. But when you have your birthings in what you term to be your future, have the dolphins within the same water of your birthings as water birthing becomes prevalent upon the land. Would it not be wondrous to have that which is a sibling with the umbilical cord yet uncut, unsevered, nestling and nuzzling with a dolphin. That is the beginnings of the awakening of this awareness. And do you know why your babes can exist within the amniotic fluid without drowning? Because they have a valve within their lungs that indeed closes whenever they are born, and within a few moments of when your umbilical cord is severed. But this valve is open when they are within the womb. They are open, they are not closed. There is a symbology here. And indeed, when that which you call dolphin is within the water, this valve is open as well. And all that aqualung is, all that existing beneath the waters and breathing is allowing yourself to bring forth conscious awareness of this valve and have it resonate to your thought at the moment. And as you choose, so it is with that valve. As you open your awareness, all parts of you will open. Indeed. All right, my beloved brother. Thank you. Be the query.
Why? I feel in the future that I'll be able to do that for war.
You can already do that. That's what you call flying. What is it? It is aerodynamics. What is aerodynamics? Huh? What is dynamics? Combustion and interaction. Dynamo. What is dynamo? It is an atom that explodes. Dynamics is a thought that explodes. Aerodynamics is exploding awareness of that which is within your atmosphere, the molecules, and the molecules within you, to allow yourself to be light enough to create your conscious, shall we call it, swimming within the molecules of the air. Soaring is no more than allowing yourself to play with the air in this fashion. You will come to understand this. That which is the lift of the wing, what is that but lightening? Your wingspan is increasing, my brother. You know what allows you to fly? Spreading your wings to allow your breast to be vulnerable. Not here, here. That will allow you to fly. Only through vulnerability and allowance and love. And non-fear. That which is fear will allow you to close this flight. Do you know your Wright brothers, when they developed your ground aeroship of your previous time, they were considered quite mad. They were quite pitied by their brothers. They were allowed ridicule, condemnation, and indeed much ostracism from society. The bicycle brothers have gone off the deep end. But alas, they allowed the universe to understand the culmination of their vision. And so can you, through ridicule, through injustice, through severance and ostracism of society, you too can pierce the veil of the knowingness of all. Indeed,
Our lives that we're alone, families have split, and we have cycles where you're alone. Maybe speak to us about what we're trying to accomplish and the purpose for that.
there are several words of wisdom contained within that. I will toast for a moment, and then we shall continue. Indeed.
Very earthly question. I take your picture.
Where would you take it to? That's what you call take will become anachronistic in your verbiage. For take is a word of limitation. You may capture the vision of what you think is that which it be I. For this is not that which is I, this is an embodiment that modulates itself according to my energy. But I wish not to be leveled or captured within any image that will be placed upon your wall and become an icon. That I do not desire. I desire to free you unto your own vision of God. And if you wish to capture upon your film the vision of this embodiment, so be it, but know that it is not I. One moment, my beloved. In unison, I am, I live, all is, I live, all that is. So be it. It is always a most grand experience to partake of refreshment.
Have you tried wine?
I don't try anything, I am. Indeed, I have partaken of your grand ruby. The ascended grape, as some call it. That's a new one for you, eh? Indeed, that which you would call experiencing the separation and the dichotomy within life from your families is no more than the disintegration in preparation for reintegration. The dichotomization in preparation for the reunion, family reunion of the family of humanity. Now, as you feel the separation, you feel no more than the separation of you with you. As you blend and know that no matter where your brothers and sisters are, you are always interconnected by the atom called God. By the resonance and vibration of the I am within your being, you're connected to everything. And you know, my beloveds, that which you call your family is not really a family. It is a relationship that you experience within this physical dimension. But how many families have you had in the millions of lives you've experienced? And how many of them have returned again upon this plane? All are your family when you pierce the time continuum. And as you feel separation and scattered energy, you only feel that which is the grand emphasis of polarity coming forth to complete the circle of I am. So do not judge it. It is merely preparatory. Notice it, allow it, love it, and be in joy. Right? Indeed.
I wanted to ask regarding the previous question about soul clusters, the humanity.
Indeed.
I would sense that part of my soul family is in other dimensions, and I'd like you to comment on that. I know it is rather large, to give an explanation.
That which you call your soul family is no more than that which is the understanding of the 13 original separations or divisions into coagulated thought called light. That which you understand as soul family is no more than all the aspects of soul energies, fragments of these soul energies, soulmates as you call them, in all the dimensions, every one of them. Now, there are soul family upon this earth. There are soul family upon the rest of that which you call planetary and stellar understandings of your universe. There is soul family within other dimensions of this your earth, your inner earth, your parallel universe called earth. As you experience your soul family as you, as cells of the body of you, you will not experience division and separation anymore. You will only experience unity. For indeed, labeling is for pickle jars, not humanity. It creates further separation. That is what I meant earlier when I spoke of many of you considering your life as the grand searching and seeking for the perfect manila envelope in which to file yourself. You wish to label yourself and your brothers. Indeed. Indeed.
Related to how intertwined all the subject matter today is with the English language. And if it was any other language, how would the resonance come through of everything that you've been speaking of?
That's what you call language. Is merely a local version of a vibration. It is a local resonance, a localized resonance. That which you would call translation of it, that which you call your foreign language, that which you would term to be other experiences called language of other planetary understandings. Your dolphins have a language of their own, do they not? And your animal species, etc. It is only a community consciousness of vibration. That which you call English indeed shall become your grand planetary language, as you term it to be. For it demonstrates the vibration within it of that which is angles, resonances. It demonstrates more than any other language that which it contains. Such as what I've been telling you, your confusion, confusion, etc. That which you call recognition, ignition of awareness within you, co-ignition with that which is the awareness with everyone else, reco-ignition, doing it again, remembering again, recognition. Now, this that you call your English language contains many of these vibrations of awareness. Much wisdom is within a word. It is an encyclopedia within itself. That which is the translation of it from other languages will be brought forth merely via vibration, and at times translated into a symbol. That which you call a tetrahedron is a symbol. It is an equilateral pyramid, as you call it. Equal, balanced polarities of that which is fire energy, culminating to a point of unity within that which you would call the triangle, or that which is your pyramid, is a trinity, male, female, God, I am. It is all symbol, and it is represented by a translation from another knowingness, from another language. But which are you Egyptians were grand and wise and understood that what they wished to communicate was not translatable by the English or by the language of that time, but only by a symbol of that time, to be understood by all languages. And what you know as language, the English language, as it demonstrates prolifically across your globe will eventually disappear. Don't know why? It will become telepathic, that which is your communication, thought communication. And your symbol will be burst forth within your recognition, and you need not your verbiage to relay it, for it will partake of the space of time, that which are your words. You will be so accelerated that you won't have the capacity to speak as fast as you're thinking. You may be able to communicate within 30 seconds what would take in your time 30 minutes to communicate. And so your language will begin to disappear, and so will your pyramids, and so will all the grand monuments upon your plain, and so will your globe itself, as they all begin to ascend. Indeed, my beloved,
They are prophet.
I am aware of this that you are speaking about. This entity is one that comes upon the plane to illustrate a certain fragment of understanding of wisdom that has come forth in this dimension, this awakening process. And because indeed there is human free will demonstrated within every aspect of life, this human free will has also been demonstrated within this understanding, and brings forth that which you call a bit of limitation within the reflections of that which is given forth unto this consciousness. And it is all right. Many of your understandings of dogma, of teachings, do this. It is a grand illustration. It is wondrous as a springboard to new awareness. When you indeed allow yourself the precipice of this awareness of the dogma, whatever it be, then you may indeed understand the horizons before you. Indeed, my beloved, that which be I is merely that which is a resonance, and she blends her own consciousness with that resonance and allows her own fears and inhibitions, etc., to be demonstrated within it. This is all right. There is wisdom within it if you perceive beyond the limitations. Not in the manner that you understand now, for this is that which you call clarity of that which be I. That which you experience before you is the energy only of that which be I, but it's not a blending. Do you understand? Fine.
Germain, how are the pyramids in Egypt made?
Gravity and anti-gravity. I will discuss it later when we discuss your Egypt, your Jerusalem, and all of this that is history upon the plane of the earth, not around it. Indeed. Perhaps another evening of your time, for that in itself is an eternity of understanding. But you know this eternity is contained within a drop of now. Ascension is not a process, it is a choice. An instantaneous choice. The process is your adventure into that choice. Indeed.
I've noticed that in our area, in the area that I live in, crystals are, it's common to find them. I'm finding more and more people that do work with crystals, and I'm fascinated with crystals, and I have a tendency to pick them up, and I have been told that I see in crystal things that some people, the people that look at them all the time, never even see. I don't know. I've been told about a place in Payson that I'm to be given a map that I should go to. But I don't really understand the purpose of the crystal. I've heard of the windows and the doorways and how it has recorded messages, but I don't know how I would put this to use
for myself or what the attraction is to that. And I wonder if you can comment on it.
All right. That which you call crystal, indeed, is the mineral version of that which is Christ consciousness, Christ soul. It is the reflection of what you're seeking within yourself. There is nothing ever placed within a crystal unless it is etched. Consciousness is that which you would term to be using a crystal. Consciousness is of yourself. The power source is of you, not of the crystal. You are as powerful without it as you are with it. It is an assistance, but it is not necessary. And it is only an assistance if you're aware of its unnecessity. That it is unnecessary. Got both words in. Now, that which you call your fascination with them is because you're awakening to your own Christ still within you. The crystal tissue here within your pineal gland and the crystal that your entire embodiment represents, the crystal. There is crystal formation within every gene of Isis within your body, within every atom of your body. And of course you're fascinated with it because it is you. It is contained within the very essence of you. That's what you call paetron is an area of grand wilderness and waters, eh? It is. That which you want to understand is the water area, the riverbed, as it were. This area you call your Magyar Rim, grand word. It will become awakening unto you that beneath this riverbed is an area of crystal growth. You have indeed had access to this area of your before time as an Apache. There are caverns beneath the riverbed, which were secret grounds to those areas of tribes in that timing. That's what you term to be your Magyar Rim. The entire area was a seating of craft at one time. And that's what you call your Pan. They are ground assistance in awakening the awareness of Christal. There is much wisdom contained herein. Contemplate upon it. Take of the sap of the palm. Place it near your breast. Smell it, taste it, feel it. This will bring you into a time when indeed you were close to nature in this area. It will be likened unto what you would term to be a dowsing instrument of sorts. For it, by its vibration, will allow you to go into the area of this crystal. Right? Indeed.
To speak a little bit about geography, I live in a town that's known all over the world, Las Vegas. And there's a lot of wonderful energy there. And then there are those that are enlightened that come in and talk about how negative it is. And yet there are those that are enlightened there that for some reason can't leave. We know that there is something greater there to why we all got there in the first place, our vision. Do you please share the energies there in Las Vegas that are beyond the strip? Beyond the tinsel town.
Tinsel town, the city of silver. That's what you call Las Vegas. What does it mean?
The meadow.
But where did the word come from?
Yeah.
But where did they come from? The Vegas, the star system of Valerian. This ancient consciousness that established this community within your desert that was not a desert then, but was a garden, a meadow. So was their inland, the Lyrians, truly that which is negative and positive is exhibited within the city of silver. Truly, it is a place, a point that you may acknowledge within your own being by the very essence of the existence around you, non-judgment. What is it that you call strip, huh? What does the word mean? Separation, pulling apart, allowing. Also, as the other polarity of the word comes forth, unveiling, healing. Understand both polarities of this city, of this strip. Now, that which is contained within it will come forth to reflect unto you whatever you wish to understand in that moment. It is a mutually accorded encounter. All encounters always are. So whenever you have access to that which would be judgmental or calling the city negative, you are also calling the city negative. And you wish to understand the resolution of this polarity. That is why you call them into your appearance. Right? This indeed is a grand opportunity to understand non-judgment. Merging of the polarities.
Going on with nuclear testing north of it.
Which is no more than your men in black, which are splitting the atoms, smashing them into one another. We will discuss that later. For the atoms contain the gene of Isis, that are being propelled into infinite rapidity into one another, into collision. This is an area, a panacea of Pan, the land that existed before the Lyrians came forth. Contemplate what I speak unto. Become aware that you shall be a light, a beacon within the silver, and reflect upon the silver your own luster. All right? And remember the Vegas as you do.
And Germain, since we're talking about valerian again, I'm wondering if this presentation would be an appropriate context in which to tell us more about your incarnation as a Lyrian before the
I was before the Lyrian, that which was the understanding of thy vibration that came forth to create the consciousness you now identify as that which be I. I was one of that which was the scientists for a while. I was one of that which you would term the priests for a while of time. And they always desired the love and peace within that area of time. And also I came to understand war, what devastation it brought. But know, my brother, that that which was alternate I also was a warlord, one of your Yahwehs. Cannot have God without both polarities. At one time, but I had collected the fragments together to create the consciousness that you identify as that which be I in you now. And that which you would term to be the Lyrians, my, as you term it, to be third generation above, great-great-grandfather, was the establisher of a Lyrian within the area of Vega. And as partaking of this and the long lifespans, thousands of years of life, I had understood culture to culture to culture, civilization to civilization, war after war after war, had been both a warlord and a peace giver, as all of you have been. And indeed, I became part of the Black League within the area of Moldek, as I brought forth that which was the light to interpenetrate the area. And I indeed beseech them to hearken and heed my words, to come into an understanding of peace and harmony with their brothers, to merge and unite as a global nation within their own being, but fail upon the void of the wall of darkness they had placed before them. Indeed, they destroyed themselves. This has occurred time after time. Even upon your plane, I came forth to plead to the monarchies to not bring revolution and rebellion, but indeed to bring peace. This is within the French Revolution I speak of. That was not heeded. I am here again, and I will continue to be here. Even I tell you this, when that which is superconsciousness occurs and there is a polarity, and going forth into third density Earth as allowing its vibration to be of third density, and superconsciousness as allowing its vibration to be of fourth density and beyond, I will go with you to fourth density, but I will also return to third density Earth to speak to them of peace and harmony, until this entire universe has become a supernova and explodes into instantaneous ascension. The entire universe. Indeed, my beloved.
Like clarified something you spoke of earlier about Alpha Centauri and Beta Centauri. Were these parts of the same civilization at one time?
Colonized by parts of the same civilization, but they were grand distances from one another. They had hyperspace travel in that which you would call your later Pleiadian time. And they allowed transition from one area of your universe into another in but a few moments' time, and colonized.
So there's really no relationship between the Alpha Centauri and the Beta Centauri.
There is because of the proximity. It is likened unto your Mars and your Earth. They are stars that are close to one another, and when one is colonized, the other is colonized by the same essence.
Well, Centauri is actually closer to us than it is to Beta Centauri.
That is why there were that which you would term to be different races springing forth upon Alpha and Beta, because they were not only colonized by that which were the understandings of entities coming forth into the Bernard star, they were also colonized by that which were the races upon the Earth of different areas of your galaxy going forth to populate them. It is a grand melting pot, this your universe. And that which is severance and differentiation and labeling of one another will continue separation, for you're really all the same. You're really all one grand colony within this galaxy, within this universe. It's very like your United States. One moment, my beloved. And when an entity asks forth from you, are you Indian? Are you Caucasian? Are you Oriental? What are you? And you very defiantly state forth, I am an American. You are becoming aware that there really is no difference between the races, that you're all one. An American, An and Can, and I in the middle. I will tell you a grand tale, my beloved brothers, when we return from this next respite, about the Garden of Eden and how all that stupid of prophecy got started. One moment, my beloved, indeed.
States, because they have a ban from here in Canada. And it has to do with the relationship between the United States and Russia, where we have colonized the back of Mars or something like that. Is this true?
Not only colonized upon Mars, but upon the moon, to establish it as a space base, but they became disillusioned with this idea after that which were your Star Wars instruments became implemented within your heaven. And they understood annihilation. That which is your Mars has had Pleiadian and Lyrian experience upon it, and that which are your cosmonauts have access to this information by that which you would term to be your Black League that have been there, and given it forth unto them. You see your grand brothers of your bear country, that's what you call your Russia. They are the opposite polarity of that which you call your America, and they are coming forth to converge into that which is the apex, the capstone of the pyramid. They shall become one. That which you call a space race, it will not be really a race to accomplish travel in space. It will be an accelerated movement toward merging. And your space race will become to be known as that which is a grand scrambling into that which you would term to be, what you call it, a hotel, when there is no vacancy.
I think it was the same question. Are the people that work there truly lobotomized?
Not in the sense you refer to it, but in a manner. That which is lobotomized is not the verb, the verbiage, for it illustrates a physical scrambling. But what is the scrambling? The pineal gland. It is an etheric scrambling, a confusion, a confusion. Do not judge it, my beloved. Indeed.
Rising of the moon or other planets. A physicist had mentioned once to me in a session that these missing children and all these missing people are somehow involved or are being directed in that direction. Could you enlighten that, please?
There are some of your so-called missing children, as you would term them to be, that are the ones that choose to go forth to teach the brothers of space about life on the earth. The mutually accorded desire, so conscious at times it is not necessarily always conscious. But some of them go forth into their playgrounds in the evening of time and gaze into your grand heavens, the velvet sky of night, and see indeed the reflection of that which be they, and say unto the stars, I wish you to come down to me, twinkle, twinkle, little star. I would desire to play with you. That which is unlimited of your children upon the plane of your now will be the grand teachers, reflectors, mirrors, leaders, demonstrators of your future Christ as born indeed. And as they brought forth their appearance upon the craft, they are indeed that which is least of limited upon the plane, least of afraid upon the plane, more allowing and acknowledging of that which is the difference, not upon the plane. Well, you see, when you place a child within a multicultural area, a multiracial area, they do not become, what do you call it, prejudiced. They play with all of them as equal mates. And they really are mates. They do the same with the brothers of space. And that is why there are so many children that are so-called chosen, although they are really mutually chosen. And you will gaze into the sky and say the same thing. Come unto me, I desire to have communion with my brothers of space. I desire to see one of your grand crafts. I desire to partake of the adventure But do you know why they do not? Because of that which you call your definitions, your labels, your judgments. How can you blend and merge with them and allowance and joy when you judge your neighbor of a different color or education or culture? Or even within your own family, a different religion, a different understanding? Learn from your children, they will teach you much. You think you're their teachers. You're teaching them about limitation. Indeed. There are some that go forth within their physical instruments. However, understand that there is a bit of a shift within the instrument, and that is why there is a bit of disorientation when they return. Their atmospheric conditions are different within the craft. So are indeed the absorption of light, the electromagnetic currency within the craft. There is crystal everywhere, so everything is amplified. If there is controversy within the entity, it is amplified. And so there is that which you would call a certain shifting of frequency vibrations, what you would term to be a force field around the embodiment for a period of time. An encapsulating of the auric field so that they are not quite so disrupted. And when this encapsulation dissipates, they feel a bit disoriented when they return. But it is possible.
Sometimes I almost feel like this fear that we have on the planet almost as a disease, and like the encapsulation also be so that the Canadian beings wouldn't.
No, because we're not afraid of anything. It is the entities that are within the instrument that are upon the craft that are afraid, and they place the encapsulation of their own consciousness. It is a separator, a divider, and they place it there themselves. Not fear as you know it here, no. You're not at easement with your experience, you're at diseasement. And it is beginning to reflect itself in everything you do. Indeed, my beloved.
Jesus doesn't come down and talk.
This is the Grand Venusian, but what you call Yeshua. He indeed is coming forth from time to time. But that which is Pleiadian in its origin of origins of origins is coming forth in emphasis of your now. We call it popular. It is not really popular. It is identifiable. Resonance of familiarity of an ancient memory eons ago. And as you're awakening to these thousands of years and millions of years of history that you brought forth into this genetic code, you will indeed resonate to that which was within you in the moment of that encoding. I was part of that encoding process in that experience of consciousness, which was a grander consciousness than that which you call a condensation. That is the label you place upon a mere fragment of it. That is not what which be I is. But you may call me whatever you wish.
Well,
I am. You are I am also, and so we are one, and mutual reflections of one another. In time, all will become to be known as I am, including that which is I. Indeed.
Get your spirit, they just mean that we're, becoming so at these things with our spirit.
This is a topic for another time, for we will discuss your sexuality, your deceasements, your cancer, and all that brings dread upon the plane in a different timing. Stay tuned. Indeed, my beloved brother.
Just think for a few moments about question about space travel. Why? Why would one in the third dimension be taken on board a ship and taken somewhere? What purpose would it serve? Why?
Most of the ones that experience this are that which are the simple peoples. Many of your Peruvians, which are re-embodiments of ancient Incans, etc. All those that are bringing forth new life, new light into the world. And when they bring forth unfamiliarity, it is human nature to be afraid. Therefore, that which is this capsule is placed around them by their unconsciousness. In time, after a few visits, as you call it, it does disappear and not reappear as their fear dissipates. But it is indeed the simple peoples, because they do not have all this preconceived idea about what brothers of space are, and they do not have the desire to give forth unto them the reverence that was brought forth in your culture eons ago, when they sprang forth in your ancient Sumeria, or Egypt, and upon that which is the land of Atlantis. They are allowing that which are the brothers of space to abide in equality after the fear dissipates. And it is through these simple peoples that your brothers of space can allow the flow of wisdom. That is why what you call your Indians, your American Indians, have been the ones to be the guardians of the tableau of the Atlanteans, and that which you bring forth as the simple ones upon the land, the ones that are non-complex, uncomplicated, unseparated in this fashion, are the ones that will be the bearers of light. That is part of the reason this being was chosen as what you call the instrument. Simple. Do you understand? Thank you, my beloved brother. Indeed.
When become a very advanced community of the new age example for the rest of the world to be developed here. Can you comment on this?
It is one of them. It is not the only one by any means. Or even within your wall, your steel curtain, there will be communities of light to be the exemplar to the rest of the world. This is not a chosen place. This is a place. And it is only because of the electromagnetic vibrations that are here that it is a place at all. And it will allow the flow of all these vibrations from the central sun of the earth that is recorded within it to be issued forth to allow the electromagnetics of all the earth to shift. And then you'll have your grand tremors, etc., we will discuss later, as the birth of the earth is realized. This your Seduna in your time to come will be a civilization beneath the water within your 20 years or so. Do not let that bring fear into your breast, my beloved. Indeed. Relatives one unto the other, as that which are you and that which are what you would call to be a race that is Sumerian that came to be known as Hebrew. The olive-skinned peoples. You are born of the same awareness. So is that which you call your purpose. It is merely a different configuration of body. Fourth density, higher vibration, accelerated experience, light.
Benjamin, you said Hebrew. What young people? Just answer her.
Olive.
All that, oh, okay.
Indeed.
You recently indicated that another ascended master by the name of Ion would begin to be channeled through an individual in the area of Sedona. I'm wondering, I've attempted to find out more about that and haven't been able to. I wonder if you could give us any more about
This is one of the beings of light that will come forth in this your plane, in this your area, region, locality, to illustrate yet again all of which I've been speaking, all of which all the masters speak forth as a reflection of your own knowingness. And indeed it will become that which you term to be a resonance of recognition of many of you. Ion. What does this mean? A particle of electromagnetic understanding with polarity. It will be reflecting a certain polarity.
Is this ascended master being channeled in this area at the present time?
Indeed.
Is there any way that we could find out about that and participate in that arrangement?
They are your brothers that will be most joyous to share this with you. Indeed. And indeed, my beloved brother, you need never find anyone, for no one is ever lost.
The person who I was going to ask isn't in the Sedona area, so that I didn't have the means of locating specific.
This is right, they are here anyway. The vibration of an entity always abides in the vicinity of which they exist, even if they transition from that vicinity. That is holographically experienced in what you call your Akashic records. Indeed. In that manner of speaking, indeed, however, all is light. Darkness is light that hasn't recognized its light. First of all, my beloved, the going to is what you call a prediction. All is free will and choice, and it changes every moment.
There an unlimited expression of you today, and in this particular experience.
You have an unlimited expression of you here today. And you may have this unlimited expression even when you gaze into the mirror of limitation.
I had a very nice experience.
Indeed. If you bring forth the awareness that it is already unlimited, when you pierce the veil of the limitation, you will not desire to judge it as limited or unlimited, but as is. All right? Now, a moment, we have what you call an orchestra here. Now, that's what you call limited reflections or teachings. Love them. That's what you call the Catholic churches, or Jewish understanding. Your understandings of what you term to be the New Age that are limiting. Your understandings even of atheists, which is limited. All of it is God, all of it. And when you understand that the reflection of you is what you're perceiving, and any moment you desire to perceive an unlimited reflection, perceive yourself as unlimited, and you shall perceive that unlimited reflection even within the mirror of limitation. You'll see beyond the limitations in but an instant, and you'll gather the wisdom you wish.
just have a question about how you are responding to us. Do you see the molecular structure of energy with us, or are you responding to us in the physical being a body we choose to experience ourselves?
First of all, I come into this that you call the dimension of earth, terra, culture. I bring forth a resonance of thought. And when I allow that which is the capacitation of this embodiment with thought vibration, with the intertwining of resonances of that thought vibration, it becomes animated. When indeed the breath of life is breathed, the energy of the atoms within the embodiment become ignited with the fire of this breath of life. And that which is the eyes, as they open and unveil themselves, gaze forth into a brilliant, splendorous display of constellations, intergalactic stellar representations of God. I see a light. And as I gaze into your light, I focus, and I see your auric field, the rainbow within the gold. And as I focus into further density, I see that which you call coagulated matter, your embodiment. And as I focus even further, I see the allowance of that which you call the reversal to occur. And I see the blood pulsing in your veins, and the wind as it whips through the lungs. And indeed, I understand the pulsations and vibrations of that which are the colonic illustrations, and exhibit the waters of life as they purify and clarify themselves within your kidneys. And as I focus further, the reversal continues, and I see the grand central sun within your being, the origin of your soul. And as I focus further, there is no separation. You and I are one. The universe, the circuit, the circle of life is complete in oneness. Does this answer your question? Indeed.
You kindly comment about the vortex of here in Sedona. Is the energy actually different from the way it is in the rest of Sedona?
There is that which you would call the eye of the hurricane of sorts, where there is a quietude of time space, where there is that which is balanced, and that which is around it is the whirlpool of energy. In that manner of speaking, it is different, for it is a different time space of consciousness. And as that whirlpool becomes eternally involuted into the central sun I was speaking of before, of your beingness, and of the beingness of this village, then that which is the difference will not be sensed anymore, because you and that which is around you will both become the I. Understand what I speak. Indeed.
Great meaning. Would you like to comment
Mm.
on that? If there is.
That which you term your cloud formations are merely that which is the representations of the waters of life within your sky. The opposite polarity of your oceans as displayed within the density of water and the buoyancy of your clouds. That which you consider to be a cloud formation of your craft is not cloud at all. It appears as though it is as it is from time to time, but it is not.
I so we've been taken in front of that, it looks death in the form of a cloud.
Indeed, it is condensed, condensation, if you would term it to be this, of light and matter, atoms within that which is the energy vortex of the craft itself. Some would call it shrouding or shielding, and some would call it merely the cover of energy.
Taken now, back with it, and all I could see, and all of us saw the same thing, was blue panels. And ever since then, I have been wondering, is that just the blue beyond? That all there was to see? Or was
What is the blue panel but your blue karuna? That which is the covering or skin, as it were, of your etheric being. So, that which is your karuna, the energy of antimatter and matter, shall we call it, around your physical body, before your auric field, is that which is the point of horizon for you, the perception point. That is where your third eye sees. It allows the karuna of you to ignite in your pineal gland. That which I was speaking of is the channel before, that which brings forth its hole, if you would call it this, its hollowness between your crown and your pineal gland goes forth in a 90-degree angle out the frontal area of your forehead and penetrates in the ignition of the moment of its encounter with your blue karuna. It allows you third eye perception or telepathic understanding or that which is vision beyond the density. That is what you would consider to be the viewing screen. Indeed.
There are supposed to be 4,000 masters presently on the western United States, west coast. I understand a lot of them are in this room.
All in this room are masters. All within the western coast are masters. Indeed.
I've had vision, been able to see all kinds of different things, and then all of a sudden it stopped. What's the deal?
What's the deal, eh?
Yeah.
Is this a game of cards?
I don't understand why
That's what you would call the shrouding, the veiling of your perception. Is the bringing forth of darkness because you're afraid of what you'll see. You are beginning to accept and allow your power, and it brings wavering of your stocking. You quake and swimmer. And indeed, as you allow this to go forth and feel the energy pulsations and allow it to issue into the universe of all that is, and allow it like a birth to be the pulsations of life coming forth rather than death, as has been perceived in your past when you allowed this vision to occur, then you will see again. We shall go forth into that which you would call the contemplation of your foodstuffs and the allowance of the enlightenment of your embodiment through it. And as you enlighten your embodiment, remember that they themselves are becoming enlightened through the partaking of you. Nurture yourself on the lights of you, and you nurture all you encounter. Indeed, hungriness, that which you call the word hungry, indicates a lacking. You may be full of a void within your belly, but you're not necessarily hungry. Do you see what I mean? There are two sides of that coin. I see everything. Indeed, I understand. And this embodiment experiences an extension of that which you would term to be energy. However, it does not feel the void when I am brought forth within it. For the void, that which you call the emptiness, and the fulfillment of that void are brought forth in one thought. The polarity is balanced. That is what red, white, and blue is. It is merged and blended into integration with one another to create violet. Red and blue as polarities pierced by the white light of God. Now, I shall depart hence and greet you after your bellies are full. And indeed, when you've created a void for the hunger and thirst for God of you reflected. And as you thirst, quench that thirst. Quench that thirst with your memory. Awaken the eons of dreams of your history. Unveil the life, the light, the love of God that you are. So be it. And again I exhibit unto you my honor and continued joy in the sharing of the gift of you. Thanks be to you, my beloveds. Until another now. Namaste. Did you sup upon one another? That which is the starlight that you see this eve of your time, as you go forth from the corridor of this your building, notice it. There is that which are your brothers above. They are winking at you. And indeed, as you culminate in communion and fellowship with one another here in your time, you're beginning to experience the unlimited dimension of time, where time is no time. You're suspended in that which is called the eternal universe of consciousness. Now, that which was the experience of the Atlantean decline and demise, as some would call it, brought forth grand disarray and disruption within your atmosphere. There were heaviness of particles within it, density indeed. That which were the blackened heavens drove that which were the tribes that were remaining as they were scattered across the earth into the inner cities for light and life. And therefore, the colonization of your inner earth became rampant with the genetic memory of that which you call your Lemurians and your Atlanteans. As they arise from your pyramidal structures and what you call your future time, you will recognize them as your brothers of the Pleiades. They have interbred and their physical structure has changed a bit of time. Their skin is a bluish green and aqua because of the copper within the water that flows therein. And that which are the hue of the hair and the eyes have shifted a bit, become a bit more Venusian. However, as they spring forth, you will know them. You may identify them with a light from their forehead. As you gaze onto their auric field, a light will emanate from their forehead. This is how you may identify them. Now, we will speak of that which you call the mark of the beast and the 666 and all of this at a later date. It is not really what you think it is. However, that which is the illustration of the tribes that were brought forth after the decline of your Atlantis came forth into the culmination of 3 nations of peoples. Your Hyperboreans, that which were the warriors, continued indeed. And there was the nation that you call Almas, that brought forth its appearance from South America, Central America, and North America. Americas, Almas. That were that which you call the Aryans. Aryan. Indeed, they were the ones that the warlords came forth to conquer after causing disruption and controversy within the Lemurian and Atlantean cultures. And they came forth through default and partook of the seats of power and became the Aryan race. Notice the similarity between Aryan and Orion. Also, that which was your Hitler was of Aryan experience. And that which were your Hebrews of the 3rd race. Hebrew translated is wanderer. It was a worldwide alliance of gypsies. They were indeed the peoples that wandered, lost in the wilderness. Indeed, the victims of the Holocaust, they called themselves, before Hitler came along. That which was Hitler was a re-dramatization. Now, your Hebrew nation came forth in the land of Egypt, in the land of Israel. They came forth much warring and much dichotomization of the powers. And indeed, the Pleiadians that abided therein, that were the remaining genetic race of the Pleiadians at that time, desired to go home. They desired to return to their home star system of the Pleiades. For indeed, there was rampant bloody battles within your land, icons and idols, and that which you would call human sacrifice. This issued forth in the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, which was really a star battle. However, that which was your land became utter destruction, became utter hatred, became utter power lust of an entity called Jehovah. And indeed, that which is Jehovah was also of the Aryan race. Now, that which you call the conception of Yeshua, and the bringing forth of the unfoldment of this God-man upon the plane of earth, was brought forth by your Pleiadians and the Confederation to reinstitute and reestablish a light upon that which you call this your plane of earth, to allow them to be informed of that which were the original understandings of peace and harmony of the lands of Atlantis and Lemuria, to demonstrate unto them the divine principle of love, of that which is called God creative force. God is generator of dimensions. That which was the star of Bethlehem. Bethlehem was a mothership. The star of Bethlehem was a mothership. Bethlehem is also an acronym. Bethlehem, be the Elohim. Elohim is God. Now, that which was Sirius, in the star system called Sirius, settled in the land of Venus and colonized. Then they brought forth their essence in the land called Egypt and carried forth with them the seeds of germination of the Egyptian peoples as they merged with the Pleiadians. And so your Egyptians are an interbreeding of your Syrians and your Pleiadians. The star of Sirius, that truly was the star of Jerusalem as well. And the entity that came forth from this grand craft allowed the peoples to view and understand electromagnetic energy within the waves of the atmosphere and how to manipulate it. Anti-gravity and gravity, antimatter and matter, the polarities again. To cause a space, that which was a vacuum, a void between the gravity field of the earth and the non-gravity field of space, and created within this vacuum a space-time continuum apparent upon this plane, so that it would create what you term levitation. And it created the pyramids in a matter of a few days of time, all of them upon the plane, not only the ones of Giza, from the sands of the golden deserts of Egypt, but all of them. For they were indeed meridian points of the body of Earth. They were what you would call somewhat of crystalline formations encased within gold, to allow emphatic representation of the flows of energy through the body of Earth, to open the seals of Earth, to create light force at the ripeness of time when the phase shift came forth. And indeed, that which you would term to be the awakening of these vestiges of light that are within the containers of the grand paragons of divinity, that's what you call the Sphinx, that's what you call your pyramids, and that's what you call the grand wonders of your world. They are all touched by the hand of God I Am. They are all touched by those that came forth to create wonderment upon your plane. Why do you think there are 7 wonders of the world, the 7 rays of light? Now, the 12 tribes of Israel were resonant to the 12 rays of light, the 7 rays plus 5 in communion with one another. And indeed, they also resonated to the 12 signs of the zodiac, and that which were the birthings of the house of David came forth. And what is the house of David? That is the house of Bethlehem, a house of Judea, a house of Israel, a house of the understanding of all the grand titles within your book called Bible, the house of God even. What is it? It is a consciousness. Most of the time when they refer to it, it is a craft. Now, allowing the electromagnetic energy to flow through the meridian points of your earth would also spark within you the flowing of the electromagnetic energy within your meridian point, where you are part of it and it is of you. And that's what you would call the carrier wave of the electromagnetic energy as it flows through you. The river that which is the light flows upon, what is it? It is your blood. It is the life force within you. And the platelets within your blood carry forth the genetic encoding of the gene of Isis. And as the war of Armageddon wages within you, that which is the warrior memory of the gene of Isis comes forth and causes embattlements of that which are the cells of your body. What do you think cancer is? What do you think your AIDS is? AIDS is also an acronym. And that's what you would term to be AIDS is anti-integration of the divinity of the soul. It too is of a grand assistance. It too creates an opening, a corridor. So bless it. It is of not grand fear. It is of grand celebration. As you embrace it, you embrace that which is anti-everything. You embrace the polarity of the Black League. You embrace the polarity of that which you call the Orion energy. You embrace the polarity of the warrior and the peacekeeper. And you allow the harmonious balance to occur within your own being. And the peoples of the earth will illustrate it within their own embodiment, that which is the war of Armageddon, within their plane, that which you would call the war, the battlements, your atomic bomb and all of this that has come forth, the war of the stars, indeed it is coming forth, the ground trepidation from beyond the North Star, it will allow itself to excite a few entities upon the earth. That's all right. One thing about planet Earth, that which you call the grand spaceship of Earth, did not come with a set of instructions. And as you issue forth this birthing, know that indeed the cataclysms are merely the shiftings of the sound waves of light as it comes forth to bear a new Christus. The Yeshua was birthed indeed from the house of David, Mother Mary, Mother Earth, and Father Joseph, and Father Son, the Son of God, the grand ball of illumination that is truly your central Son. And as this co-creation occurred, and the procreation of the 12 tribes of Israel issued forth, it was breathing a breath of light into God's man. Light. Light. What is light? It is not only a ray within your sky. It is not only illumination. What is light? Describe it. Do you have a word that will describe it? Light is might. The power, the pulse of God. You carry the sonics within you to regenerate this light-born Christus. Now, that which is your Egypt, it was the land of the creation and the cultivation of the grandest civilization upon the planet at the time. It was following in the footsteps of Atlantis. Many of that which you call your pharaohs were indeed the grand leaders of Atlantis. Imhotep, Tutankhamun, all of these, Ramses, that which were the golden shields they wore upon their crowns, it was an interconnection between the top of their spinal cord and the crown area. It was an instrument to allow them to place within their own awareness the divinity that be they, a connector, so to speak, between themselves and the rest of the universe. That is how they communicated with the spaceships, with the craft that hovered above. As you bring forth this connection between your own crown and the crown of the rest of the universe, realize you are the capstone within the capstone within the capstone into infinity, the ultimate mirror, the ultimate mystery. That which is most mysterious is the visible. And whether you are the only ones in the universe or not, the contemplation of either is really staggering. You will allow yourself to contemplate both polarities for a time, to experience both polarities in your relationships, in your careers, in your financial situations. That wasn't a hot one these days. And as you embrace the polarities, you'll be embracing the birth contraction, allowing the waves to flow through you, to pulse with the pulse of God through you, to ride the waves. For indeed it is an all castra. The pain of your life is indeed, when carried to one higher octave, joy. All emotion at the higher octave is joy. That which you would term to be the pain of birth, it can indeed be music. As it crescendos, allow yourself the bringing forth of the celestial song. Carry the harmonics to the ultimate and pierce the dimension of sound waves, light waves, physicality, and you will pierce and interpenetrate the crystal within your brain area of your pineal gland. You'll pierce and stimulate the remembrance of the warrior and align it with light. All here are half serious, but is literal and figurative. Indeed. Be there query. Indeed.
Toward the beginning of your presentation, this evening, you stated Jehovah is of the Aryan race. Could you clarify that? I don't understand what that
It is the vibratory frequency of the Orion energy that we've discussed earlier of this evening of time. The Orions and the Pleiadians came forth into interbreeding in that which you call the Orion constellation, when the Lyrians and the Pleiadians came forth to allow conquering of the Orions. And that which you call the Orions that issued forth came forth upon this your land and instituted themselves. And they married the daughters of men.
My understanding is that Jehovah is a sixth density light body, and my understanding of what you're saying is that the Jehovah influence on lower densities manifests as the Aryan race.
Indeed.
So Jehovah is to be understood as not only sixth density, but manifestations from that sixth density.
You including that what you call Jehovah. There is no difference between you and this entity. You are merely expressing in one dimension and this one in another for the time being of your perception of time. Indeed, my beloved brother.
Maybe I would like to clarify my question. I'm specifically interested in acquiring that information so that I can make adjustments in my life regarding patterns I'm seeing playing out in my life at this time. Therefore, I would like to reiterate the question. I'm interested in possibility of directly experiencing the energy through a previous incarnation, even if they are simultaneous to this moment, which are occurring through seeing the effects occur in my life moment in time. So that's what's prompted the question.
My beloved brother, you have millions of them. And indeed, that which you call the integration of what you're remembering will spawn further remembrances. That which you call the pattern, while as you consider your zodiac is following that which is constellation. Because all the patterns illustrate from these sources of your universe as they came together into the melting pot of Earth. And you have them all within your genetics. The Pleiadian genetics, and that what you call your Lyrians, and that what you understand as all that was spawned from this, is the most prominent as you present yourself in your embodiment now. But they are all within you. And that which is labeling and separation will further stymie, shall we say, or allow congestion of your remembrance to come forth. Open the horizons, allow the panacea to be a cyclorama. All that exists, and not only of your past, but of your future. Not of your remembering your future. That which you would perceive that has not yet occurred. But in the understanding of simultaneity, indeed it is occurring. Many of you persist in the understanding of the perception of linear time, and it is wondrous and all right. There is nothing wrong with it. But I am here to spark within you that which is unfamiliar to you, that which you're unaccustomed to this your life. I am here to allow your reflection of further unlimitedness, to allow you to begin to know that you know. All right, my beloved brother. There are ones that I will go into that which you call specific experience and explanation of that which you would call other lives, not previous ones, but other ones. And the understanding of how it integrates into the wholeness of what you're experiencing now. But contemplate what I speak and commune with me in your later time. It is not necessary to have my communion in this form. May call upon me at any hour of day or of dark, does not matter. And I will share with you a reflection of that which you already know. Thank you, my beloved brother. You will all come to understand that this is not past life therapy.
Between what is called the level and the density, is it one and the same, or is it, does it have
The unlimited response to that is everything is one and the same. Now, I will explain that which is the response in understanding that you can accept and absorb. Levels are variances of vibrations within a dimension. It is a certain frequency band, and the scope of this band consists of many different vibrations. And they are all different levels. And then when you come to the point of merging into a different frequency band, which is called a different density or dimension, then you have other levels within it. And there are levels within levels within levels, as there are chakras within chakras within chakras. All right?
you get to tell me about those steps? I am to be from the child land.
You are from all tracks, my dear. You will begin to understand this. When you all become opened unto that which you be, you will become all of the signs of the zodiac. You will not have emphasis of one or the other. You will be blended into the whole of the circle of it. So also with your tracks. Now that which is of your land is of grounding, of female essence, the allowance of the flow to be receptive. And you will understand the turning point as the energies of positive polarity issue forth within you, and you reclaim your power, and you exhibit male energy, and that's what you call penetrating the veil, and that's what you call the understanding of air and fire.
That is what is called the second
That is what is your experience of it. No, it is but a moment in its occurrence. When it occurs, it's your choice. Indeed. This essence is from that which you call the dimensions within the inner portions of your earth. There are several likened unto this that are light beings that will come forth in the areas of your southwest. For they are allowing themselves to be seen and known by the entities that are most receptive. And those entities appear at this point in your time in this nation in most concentrated form in your southwest. This is an aspect of this entity we have spoken of many times before. As above, so below. Not necessarily, for it is a different expression. As many of your labels that you call names are very different and different lives, so also are the resonances of different fragments of you, and that's what you call a soulmate. We will have private consultation of you later, and I will tell you all about this wondrous tale of adventure. And I wish you not to get hung up into it. It appears not in visible form. It is as though you would be walking and you simply submerge yourself below the earth. Likened unto what you would call falling into a hole, although there is no hole there. You will only find it if you understand that it is not lost. And you will only perceive it and experience it when you resonate to the same vibration in your own being, when you're not looking for it. For when you're not looking for it, you understand you already contain the knowingness of it. That is why so many things come unto you when you cease searching for them. For this is a delayed response to what you already know within your being. Always. Indeed.
Basically about fear, possibly about discernment. There's two parts to it. Recently, I was in a group in which we were practicing channeling, and an entity came forth and was teaching us and sharing with us. And that entity identified itself as being of the Christ line, and it had a certain work that it wished to share with us. This was being very well received, and then at a certain point there was a fear response within a particular individual. It may have been wider, but it was voiced in a particular individual group. The question I have for you is, for one, can you tell me as to the motivation of this particular energy that's identifying itself as how? And can you speak as well to how we can use our they are here to help us, to guide us in our rebirth, and to the fear and the disbelief that kind of gets stirred up.
I would be most joyously excited to share with you your reflections in this manner. Not what you call Carl is the vibration of the fire energy. And indeed, as it brings forth the expression that it is Christus, all is Christus. All contains the polarity of Christus. Awakened or not, it is there. Now, how do you discern? Discernment in your definition is clarity. Clarity is non-judgment with perception of all. Now, how do you tell if it is what you call harmonious? Resonate within the reflection. Understand its vibration within you of excitement. Fear is a sort of excitement, although it is of the vibration of altered ego. Now, all that is reflected before you and what you encounter and what you call your teachers and what you call your brothers, your communion, everything is for you to understand its mirror. That is why it is there, or it would not be there. For you to gaze into the reflection of it without judgment, to know you. That which is called clarity is the understanding of non-judgment. As you gaze forth into the mirror, understand that they are divine in the creation of whatever they're creating and experiencing. Allow them this, and you free them and you. Know your own vibration. Know your own power. Do not become dependent upon another entity for truth, for all truth is truth, and you are the ultimate truth of you. And that which you would term to be dependency is allowing yourself further and further and further separation from God. Always. I come unto you because I wish to share with you as an equal brother, divine being of light that recognizes your divine beingness of light. And I allow this that you call communion with joy, celebration. And I wish you to commune with your brothers in like fashion always. Now, there are some limited reflections that are upon the earth plane, for that is part of the polarity of physicality. But to love them is the ultimate wisdom, regardless. Do you understand? And that which you would term to be what should I accept and what should I not? Accept all that is you. Accept all you experience as you. Does not mean that that is the only truth, for all truth is truth. Do you understand? Indeed, my beloved.
Say we know all things within us. Could you tell us how to ask ourselves so that we can get that answer?
The only question is, what is? The only answer is, I am. In the ultimate understanding, the only question is, I am, and the only answer is, I am. Know that you know and you will know. That is a paradox, but it works. Indeed, my brother. Indeed. Although it is not electrical, it is electromagnetic. Your consciousness is perceived as electromagnetic through the auric field. The light waves converge upon a point of central sun and create an atom, ionized paetron, that's what you call polarity, exhibited in circulation, rotation, and revolution, one around the other, to create what you call gravity, to create what you call force fields, electromagnetic pathways, and patterns. The experience of a crystal, to be sure, within every atom and subatomic particle. As you experience all of this, you will know that any energy is ultimately considered thought. And as you run through the conduit of the atom, thought, you will have light. Now, what is thought? What is this that is the ultimate energy? How do you encase it to cause the stream of it to flow through the atom? And that is what you call super technology, eh? It is upon your horizon, for thought is exhibited as a vibration. That is all it really is, a vibration. And when you carry light waves and sound waves into that which is the integration and intertwining one into the other, you will have a wave of thought that comes forth as a pattern like a snowflake within it. And this resonance can be understood within the crystalline understanding of the pineal gland, within the tissue contained within it. And that which you would call this tissue will be that which brings forth the birthing of the light, that which is the circuitry that creates thought into light. That is how your bodies will become light. For all that is within it is carried within every atom of your being, within every cell. And as it brings forth its appearance upon your form, because of your allowance through love and light, your body will shift and transition into light waves. More and more and more light, until the ultimate light of thought is born and created God. Now, the technology is within your laboratories. That which you would call the dissection of this area of the brain has been very intense within certain areas of Russia. All right, my brother? Indeed. Indeed. You can't do that. You're the only one that can. That is why I did not repeat it. I did not wish it to be called a chant or a mantra. It was a vibration. The vibration can change according to your consciousness as it shifts and changes. That which was given forth was merely a vibration that was resonant to the collective consciousness of this grouping in that now moment. And as you change every moment of your life, so does your consciousness, so does your auric field, so does your memory, so does that which is within your pineal gland. And so partake of the vibration that comes naturally onto you in that moment. And allow yourself to vibrate with it, not only to vocalize it, but to vibrate with it. There is a difference. Thank you, my beloved. I honor you. Indeed. What would you call negative ions? Negative being the polarity of female energy, which is indeed healing. But this that you call the vibration of negative healing energy is of many frequencies within the spectrum called female energy. And it need not be cast forth only as this vibration. That which has been given forth as names and labels and places and all of this upon this evening of your time, it is a vibration, it is a translation. Within other tongues, it is called different things. Within other understandings of culture, they vibrate to a different consciousness, collectively and individually. And therefore, their verbiage for it would be different. Even if they speak what you call your English, it would be different. For their understanding of this vibration, this reception of this knowing would be different. And so I speak forth this evening of your time so that you may understand. As I speak to other lands and other peoples, I speak so that they may understand. And in the understanding is always, always, always contained the knowing, the kernel, the seed, that there is no difference at all. Indeed.
There was a bit of a COVID came down here, and both had the same reaction. I, for one, didn't know I was coming until a few days ago. Seemed to be a decision that was made on a deeper level. And she's been very excited about coming down. Took quite a time. And when we've arrived, it's been enjoyable, but we both have had this heavy sleepiness that has just seemed over us. When the breaks have come, we're fine. Come back in, and you come back and re-enter, and then we're like, howdy.
Congratulations. Do you know what this is? Hold on.
Yeah.
This expression is part of it, that you desire to go forth into other dimensions of experience and realms of adventure, to allow yourself to pierce the veil of that which is this time continuum. But that is not all, that is not what you call the rest of the story. The rest of the story is allowing yourself to have alpha delta brainwave states so that you may receive what is being issued forth and not have your conscious awareness battling it. Your alter ego steps aside for a while and enjoys another world, shall we say. To understand, it is putting yourself in that which you call the most receptive position. I love you truly. Blessings be upon you.
This evening an appropriate time to go further into Jehovah?
That will be discussed in that which you call a weekend in and of itself. There is so much scary consternation about this. That what you call your Orion energies, your Jehovah, and all that is issuing forth upon the plane because of it, will be discussed in what is titled Antichrist's Friend or Foe. All right? Indeed, that what you call Yeshua ben Joseph contained the 12 vibrations, the 12 tribes of Israel. And in this understanding, all the constellations, all the civilizations, all the cultures came forth within this genetic understanding. And as you bring forth the polarity of ion and anion, it is also contained within Yeshua. Yeshua was the birthing point, the flash point, the 2,000-year point also of that which is a shift. This shift was the beginning of the blending of the polarities of consciousness. Indeed, I was a particum of that which was the consciousness of Yeshua, but not in the manner you initially perceived it. Do you understand? Right. And that which was about 1600 years ago in your time, about 1600 of your calendar year, the Pleiadians came forth again upon your plane and allowed themselves to be known to a few very surreptitiously, very gradually, to reintroduce awareness onto this plane, understanding that which was misinterpreted and mistranslated and misunderstood of the sayings, the teachings and reflections of that which was called Yeshua ben Joseph. And they allowed their appearance to be for a short period of time to seed this awareness within the peoples of earth, so that it may unfold until the timing of superconsciousness, until the ultimate birth of it. It is now germinating in grand fruition. The birth is near. And in that which you would call another day likened unto this day of your time, we will discuss birth changes. That is not only your earth changes, but every sort of change you can encounter upon the plane and beyond the plane. And what it is really to understand, to know, to carry the light. All right? Indeed.
People, with both sides, but the other sequence there's a mass of rock, which gets into the pyramid and church.
This that you call the symbol of pyramid is going to be coming forth very frequently this your time, and the shapes will be perceived by you that would not be perceived had you not been in this area of consciousness. Indeed, that which was the shape of pyramid, the vibration of that which you call fiery form, was issued about this particular symbol of rock. But do not give it undue importance, for really there are pyramids within everything. For a pyramid is a part of a crystal, and everything is created of Christus on this planet. Indeed, it is that which you call the red ray, the warrior, being introduced with a bit of the blue ray, which is love. It is more red than violet or purple, because there is more warrior within it. But it will indeed transition also to the indigo and then to the violet. There are many complexities illustrated in your ground books of knowledge and wisdom and reflection, your teachings as you call them. Some are so complicated that you have difficulty getting through the first chapter. That is all right. It is quite a stew pot that is not necessary. Simplicity is the ultimate divinity. This is why you will hear me speaking so many of what you call aphorisms. The complexities are utterly unnecessary. They only create further diversity and division, and allow your mind, that which is the polarity of male, of warrior, that which you call your left brain energy, to come forth in emphatic form and not blend. And indeed, as you partake of the particularities, the details that I have issued forth in reflection this evening of your time, and understand them for the moment and integrate them with your own knowingness and wisdom, you will have God birthed within your own being. For indeed, that which I issue forth unto you all is to release the need to understand. The need to understand. You may have the desire to understand, but God is not needy. And the urgency, the have to about understanding creates non-understanding through the misalignment. For in this misalignment, you are stating unto yourself, I do not know, and I wish to know. And you are allowing yourself to manifest this that you stated to yourself, I do not know. And you further seek to understand, and you further receive non-understanding. This is a vortex in and of itself. And you may reverse the flow by knowing that you already know, and you do not need to understand it. You may choose to understand it, and in this choice, in this moment of knowing that you know all things, the details will come forth. Another paradox. Indeed, my beloved, that which you call animal form is a part of a fragment of soul energy that is divine of God essence. But it is creative of a different electromagnetic understanding. It does not have that which you would term to be the thought process, which you term humanoid. But this also does not. That is why Cro-Magnon man and that which you call your Neanderthal did not come to fruition. The lobes of their brain were so emphatic in that which we call survival energy, warrior energy, what you call your clubs and your caveman. Indeed, brought forth such a cavern of vault of the brain, so large that it was difficult to birth it through that which was the creation of the female. And it came into extinction because of its own focus upon the war and how it responded in the brain area, the skull, in the formation of the caverns of that which was the consciousness. And that which you would term to be your animal form, all of them have divine knowingness according to the electromagnetics created within their brain areas. They are not the same as that which you would call humanoid. They are a fragment of the same energy, but there is not what you call transmutation and transmigration in this fashion, changing from that which you would call a woman to a feline, a cat. Now there is such a thing as that which is light being changing form, but it retains human consciousness. You can have the form of a cat without the consciousness of a cat. That is one that understands molecular structure and the manipulation of it. You already know it. Indeed. Some of that which you call your grand motherships are called planets because they are the sustainer of life. And indeed, that which you would term to be your planetary understanding are stars of light as they emanate in ascended consciousness. However, in your understanding, there is a differentiation. This that you call your ground ball, your globe, called Earth, Akasha, Terra, whatever you wish to call her, she is a craft of sorts, a body, a vehicle. So is your body. You are the vessel, the craft, the vehicle. Microcosmic and macrocosmic in nature. This of a system. That which you would term to be the change or shift of form will come to be known as a shift in consciousness, What has been called magic in other cultures is only a shift of consciousness. That is all magic really is. And that is what we're exploring this evening of your time. And when you understand the essence, the core of what I give unto you, you can have anything you desire in that moment experience. You do no thing, you be. And in that doing no thing, you do all things. It may sound as though it is a piece of philosophy, but it is really a poem of divinity. That which you experience as doing hurry-scurry upon the planet, going forth forever, forever, forever within the busyness of some activity, becomes quite distracting unless you understand the beauty within the journey. For the destination is really the pathway. That which is that grand adventure that you call controversy and diversity. That truly is the grandest experience of wisdom, understanding of magic, shift of consciousness. But in the controversy, you become encountering with the polarities. And you have yet again a gift, an opportunity to blend the polarities, to enjoy that which you have previously considered unenjoyable, to love the unlovable. That will come in that which you call birth changes. I will speak about earth changes during birth changes. That is another subject altogether. I will speak about it in birth changes. That is becoming dependency. The only evacuation is that of yourself. Indeed. I will allow you expression this evening of your time of what you call evacuation. What is it? What would you consider it to be? I know you're speaking of that which you call your brothers coming forth and scooping you up to save you, to bring the light upon the flame, to create harmony where there is controversy. It does not work. And that what you call the rapture is a choice within your own breast. And then the rapture here can be experienced. Happiness is a choice. It is not a result. This is always the case. It is a lie. Thank you, my beloved brother.
Very well.
Having one topic after another, or is this a lesson in letting go for me, or is it time to get real simple and go back to horse and buggy? What's going on here?
First of all, your vehicle is a representation outward of you of that which is your body.
Okay.
Now, you asked me what's the problem? That you did not view it as an adventure. It's not a problem, it is at all, it is an opportunity. And as I speak forth to you, always I issue transition in your verbiage, because that is part of the transition in your consciousness. And as I speak forth to you, always I issue transition in your verbiage, because that is part of the transition in your consciousness. Why is it that you're experiencing a ceasing of operation, of motion of your instrument? Is there a breakdown? Fancy that. What is a computer? It is a storage of data, memory, short-circuiting, blowing fuses, as you would term it to be.
It's so frustrating for me this morning. My husband and I both wanted to come down here to see you together, and we had to go through several conflicts just that I finally ended up taking a taxi down.
When you transmute the frustration into festivity, you will not have the frustration anymore. As you have your cantankerous automobile, and you bang your fists upon it, your alter ego issues forth its statement. I do not desire this, but it is from alter ego. It is not from an alignment with alter ego and divine ego. And therefore your desire is not brought forth into fruition, because it is stated in a moment of anger.
So just like I thought that just the idea or just the thought you have placed there, well, car's probably not going to start tomorrow morning or something's going to go wrong. By placing that thought there,
You create it.
I've created it. So why do I keep creating? I mean, I know that. Why do I keep creating it?
Because your alter ego continues to come forth in the creation of disharmony, discourse, stating accounts. I will tell you a tale, all right? What would you call your Garden of Eden was brought forth in your Genesis as a symbol. A garden is a place of nurture, supplication, of healing, of communion, of love, of beauty, of power. And indeed, this garden brought forth Adam and Eve, which were male and female characteristics of energy. And that which was formed from Adam and Eve is that which is called Cain and Abel. Cain, hate, count, and Abel. Cain slew Abel. The count of you slays the Abel of you. The inability slays the ability. That which is your alter ego states, I can't, it won't, it shouldn't, I don't, whatever, slays the ability to have that which you desire. It is like a crystal congress. Are you beginning to understand? Shift what you say and you'll shift what you experience. And that is what is coming forth now upon your plane. The Abel is beginning to arise anew. That is why it is called American. I can. The arising of the shadows of your memory to become enlightened and be shadows no more. The arising of your heritage of hatred to become the brilliance of blessing and create Christus within you. The arising of the phoenix to become indeed the flame of freedom. The arising indeed of humanity to become supplication and healing of the heart God, the rising of earth and her people, to become the awakening of you and the peace and prosperity for all man. What is the Prince of Peace? The reigning power of harmony, given forth in youth, vitality, and beauty, empowering the earth through the awakening of your memories of what you've experienced through your eons, your millions of years of time, to recreate the drama, to recast the players, to redirect and reproduce the experience upon the film of your future. You get it? Indeed.
We'll discuss this
Mm.
in my thesis. In any case, I'm asking, am I
Indeed. And you will understand that vibration is Arcturian. It is alright. When I told her this, she had no awareness of what in the world I was speaking about. She had no understanding of what I meant. And many months had passed, many months before it dawned upon her. But when she encountered you, it did not spring forth into her remembrance and awaken her that this was the entity of which I spoke. The same will occur with you. It may be many months before you understand. But your own power will be born when you understand it yourself. You are two of that which you call a tribe of Swale. There are many tribes, 244,000 of them to be exact. I wish a toast, and I wish you to toast only if you wish to. This is the waters of life that represents that which is within you to sustain your life. The flow. Go with the flow of the water. Do not cling to it in utter desperation and cause congestion and confusion. Flush it. Allow the circuit to be completed. Allow it to be released from you as it replenishes your tissue with life and buoyancy and nurturing. And as you indeed partake of the abundance of the chalice of you, it will never be depleted, for it is eternal. So thirst for it no more. Drink of the divinity and dance in the delight of this daring adventure you call life. And you will all begin to understand the simple activity of life of partaking of a drink of water as to be experiencing ecstasy. So simple, so commonplace, huh? So everyday, so humdrum. But what is adventure but the experience of the unfamiliar? And I tell you, you are unfamiliar with the partaking of a glass of water with ecstasy. And you will become familiar with it as the sands and deserts of your life, the aridity of your life, becomes in desired replenishment of the nurturers of the waters of that which be you, the constant forever fountain. The water is energy. Allow your crown to receive this water. Your crown is a cup. Fill it to the brim, and it shall be good to the last drop. That was in jest. Indeed, my beloved, Not in the vibration of which you speak. So do you. I'm young enough. So are you. Beginning to sound like a mutual admiration society. Indeed.
So we call it Starcraft. Comes with dragon. We were playing dragon.
Why not? Become indeed profound enigma. That is what it will take. That is what will be necessary, be required for the transition of this earth into superconsciousness. The experience of a profound, ultimately loving enigma, which is so wondrously full of the abundance of divine love. And the expression of the wonderment of the planet and all life, the whole of life, that you will be considered the most profound experience, the ultimate, most awesome power in that which you call the catalyst of a shift, the spark within the heart of God. Become this profound enigma, for you are indeed what is paradox, but an enigma, and you are full of paradoxes. What you call contrariness, that is judgment of divine paradox. That which you are so urgent to know and understand, and yet you're so afraid of the understanding. That is the paradox. That is the war when it is non-aligned. That can be the breath that you breathe into the world of new life when you align it. Indeed, my beloved brother.
As we approach the end of this presentation, I'd like to direct one more question to the subject of the rebirth of planet Earth. In the book, The Treasure of El Dorado, the Ascended Master Kutumi is quoted as making several statements with regard to that. One is that the planet Earth is the only planet in our solar system in which third density life is active at the present time. And he goes on to say that the transition time that we are now in involves several different transitions, several different completions simultaneously. Not only the completion of a 2,000-year cycle or 2,000-year period of the Piscean age, but also a completion of a 26,000-year cycle. And he goes on to say that in addition to that, there's also a completion of a 206 million year cycle. He says specifically that the cosmic guardians have decreed that at the completion of this 206 million year cycle, which is the period of time that life has existed on in our solar system, that no life below fourth density will continue to be active in our solar system. Could you give us a reflection as to the validity of these statements?
All right. That's what you call cycles. There are cycles within cycles within cycles. There are many, many, many different cycles that are coming to culmination in this year now. The reason it is your planet Earth that which you would call the focus is upon, because of all your galactic confederations coming forth into this area of your solar system, is because this your universe is in the shifting of densities, and this indeed your planet Earth is indeed the exact midpoint of the phase shift from evolution to involution, from the creation of the universe through a supernova to the ultimate involution and to a son to be born yet again to create another universe. This year Earth is the exact midpoint of that cycle. That is what is called the million-year cycle. Now, what you experience is that which is upon the plane of your now, the shiftings, and all that is occurring is not only of the density that it is occurring, it is also occurring to the astral body of Earth, the etheric body of Earth, and the soul body of Earth. This that you call within your solar system is indeed the ultimate understanding of a universe of humanity, and this planet called Earth is the only one at this point in time, space, in which there is third density Earth, beings, humanity, human. Now, I did say within this time space, there are other third density Earths, parallel universes. There are other third density planets within other star systems, other galaxies. This particular solar system is born of sun that indeed brings forth its brilliance as your light reflective. It is reflecting the culmination of your light. It is a memory. That is a paradox, eh? If you would desire, we may have what you call a later time discussion of your bodies of light and all your planets, your empires, and all that which is quite controversially discussed from time to time of your star systems and planets and other universes and other galaxies and other dimensions in another time. And you will begin to understand the art of creation of the universe, how you yourself have created this universe with your thought.
For the moment, I'd like to keep the focus on this particular rebirth of planet Earth.
As the Earth births, the universe births. The same thing is occurring within the universe's consciousness. For as you are a cell within the body of the consciousness of Mother Earth, Earth is a cell within the body of the consciousness of the universe.
Now, you have recently indicated that 1987 was the completion of the first half of the transition period of approximately 44 years, and 1988 is the beginning of the second half of the transition period, which will apparently be completed approximately 2010. Would you care to?
That which are your particular dates are all the time shifting because consciousness is shifting all the time. It is a flux. Somewhere between 2010 and 2013, it is appearing of your now, that it shall culminate in the understanding of which you speak. There are many, many, many tales within the tales of your history. Many, many, many histories within your history. And as we continue our communion together in what you call your future time, we shall explore them in detail. This day of your time was a bit of an overview. What do you call it? The preview? And we shall have the debut, as you call it, of your awakening revealed unto you every moment of what you term to be your future. Listen to your thoughts as that which is a fleeting, what would be considered fragmented, unfamiliar memory comes to an abstract illusion, a symbol that has no apparent meaning. Listen to it. It is telling you something about yourself, about that from whence you came, about that to which you go, about that which you are. Listen to one another. Hear them with your heart. Heed them with your soul. For they are you and you are they. The ultimate understanding of all of life is I am, and you will come to know this. That is all there is, really, and that's what you call this tale that I tell you. You are God. All the rest is commentary. And how you love commentary. Indeed, my beloved.
I have two cats, and one of them I don't like at all. And I've not been able to give her away. I'm just curious if animals are in our life for any other reasons besides just pleasure.
Oh, but of course, you already know this. Why is anything in your life for the opportunity to accept it and allow it to be without judgment? And in this acceptance, miraculously, it will desire exactly as you do and experience that which is your heart's choice and blending with it. The response to anything that is asked, why is this so? The response is, why not? Not, how can I learn from this? But how can I be this? For in the being of it, it disappears. It is no longer necessary to reflect it outward of you once you are it. Are we having fun yet? Indeed. That's what you call the golden nectar, eh? I will tell a tale about that at a later time. That which is what you consider to be I is really unimportant of your now. That which is the fluid that you speak of is the blood of the sun. Golden in its divinity, liquid in the waters of wisdom. Further explanation will follow at another now. It is allowing yourself to spontaneously connect with your divine nature through a pineal gland and the crown seal, the channel that is existing therein. That is all it really is. And the ultimate understanding of superconsciousness, all of you will channel. You already are channels, as you call them. But some of you have not allowed yourself to experience this channel of you. That is not the ultimate channeling, my beloved. The ultimate is to channel, allow the inflow of that which you already know, that you do not know that you know. And therefore, there will not be any need or desire for this sort of representation anymore. When all of you become empowering of yourselves, channeling the divine nature of that which be you, your power source, your connector is plugged into your light, this will disappear. For no longer will it become desired to be reflected outward of you when you contain it. Relax into it. Don't try so hard, my beloved. Relax into the birth of it. When you place the pressures upon the tissues of the birthing channel. Indeed, my beloved.
You speak of how children are unlimited in their thought and perception, so on and so forth. And we seem to be having a problem with my daughter's unlimitedness, but our the limits that we've always set, telling her it just seems like every day she's coming home and she's getting scolded for this and she's getting scolded for that. She's the oldest, she's supposed to know better, and I'm trying to find a way to kind of come in between there where things can be a little bit
Trying.
because I can tell
tell that she's having some problems dealing with it herself too. And I don't.
Oh, but you do.
Oh,
Of
I
course you do. That which is the allowance of limitation to dissipate is bringing forth many of your controversies within your lives. How is it that you release them when they're already there? Allow yourself to experience honor of one another as equals, not as parent and sibling, but as equals, and express unto her that which is limitation, the explanation of what it is. I also note her absence. It is full of the vacancy of her. Now, place forth communion between that which be she and that which be you, an equal communion, an even communion. That which you call scolding is judgment. Now, you may offer alternatives to your siblings. It is my preference that you respond in this fashion rather than this fashion. What you call channel their energies rather than closing the door to them. In this household, if you wish to state it in this fashion, it is the preference of all concerned that this is the behavior pattern. That which you call the dissipation of the words should, shouldn't, don't, can't, no, and the fashion that you use it, will become non-uttered, for it will be a flow rather than a turning off. And there will become mutual respect and honor, and she will teach you much. Rather than stating so many no's, N-O, state many no's, K-N-O-W. I know that you would prefer to do this. And I know that you know that I would prefer you to do this. These are your choices. Allow them to choose for themselves. They are sovereign beings too. Allow them to know what is the natural response of each choice. That is a wise teaching. And you will also be teaching yourself this. Teachers teach most what they most want to learn. Indeed, my beloved brother. Go to my telephone line. You can tell them. But you already know that which is the seed that is within them. That which you call the vibration of language does not matter. And knowing is the ultimate vibration of any language. You can speak and utter that which are other languages and understand them. Indeed, hear them when you're not even hearing them with your ears. Hear them of that which is the auric field from which they emanate. Now, this is your understanding. There are many of you that so desire to place onto other entities responsibility, that which you're experiencing, for that which are your choices of life. You desire to place that which is the understanding of wisdom upon another entity and say they know it and I don't, and I want to hear it from them. That is why you always ask about your past lives. You already know, or you wouldn't ask. I am here to allow you to know that you already know. I understand who you are, and I am here for you to understand who you are. What else is a mirror? And in this reflection I shall depart. That which you call parting, sweetness and sorrow on the same drop of now. We will speak later, my beloved. There shall be a visitation upon your hearts by that which be I. Silver lining in every cloud. Mirror also has a silver lining. It is a cloud of clarity in crystalline formation. Go forth with gusto, dance with dire circumstance, fleece yourselves in friskiness, and indeed partake heartily of humanity and heal the wounds of the walls within your own wisdom. Heal that which is earth with the birth of you. So be it. You know, in that which you call the parting of that which is this particular experience of now, I shall take wings into that which is flight, soar into the forevermore. Join me if you will. It will be a journey of jubilation. Go into the night sky, gaze unto the illumination therein, blend and bask within the brilliance that is the mirror of you. You are I am. Forever be I am. Forever know I am the ultimate God of creation, the Om of life. Farewell. I really do not wish to leave. Indeed. But it is of the ripeness of time. The grapevine of your consciousness is heavy with the words. You already are. Thank you for the choice consciously. And as you whisper these words of wisdom to your brothers upon the earth, remember to tiptoe through these tulips. Tenderly and gently caress your brothers into wisdom, not forcefully. A parting piece of trivia. That's what you call this is sign language for namaste, which is an ancient Hebrew understanding, ancient Sanskrit of that which you call the God I am of my soul salutes forever, the God I am within your being. That which you would term your salute in this fashion is a vestige of it. So is this. There are threads of golden and silver within every truth upon your plane. Weave them wondrously and cloak yourself. Love, light, and laughter, the trinity of divinity. Your wishbone is my command, your funny bone is yours. And always have a laugh up your sleeve, because that's where your funny bone is, you know. Be buoyant, light-hearted, like children. Children of Christ. Farewell.